I was given a glass of Kool-Aid, and so were the other children. This Kool-Aid was spiked with LSD. It was horrible.
In the early days of the Cold War, the CIA ordered the creation of a secret program intended to find ways of mind control. They funded an army of psychiatric institutions across the United States and Canada to perform experiments on unsuspecting patients using psychedelic drugs, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatment, and more. The program was known by its codename, MK-Ultra. At the end of the Korean War, a number of freed American POWs came home seemingly brainwashed and espousing communist propaganda. American officials suspected that the soldiers had been subjected to what they thought were new communist mind control techniques. Alarmed by the situation, the newly formed CIA allocated $25 million for psychiatric experiments on human beings.
It was the most secret program ever conducted by the CIA in the United States. Patients at psychiatric hospitals, prisoners in federal institutions, and even people in the public were given drugs without their awareness or consent and experimented upon.
Initial projects within MK-Ultra included Operation Midnight Climax.
They established what were called safe houses, where prostitutes would lure men to these apartments. And then once the men were in the apartments, they were dosed with LSD. And then they were basically studied by CIA scientists, usually behind a two-way mirror.
Another common practice was the hosting and observing of LSD-induced parties with live music. These parties were called acid tests, and the culture that grew out of them played a key role in the development of the hippie and psychedelic movements a few years later. However, some of the most damaging experiments occurred at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada. There, under the direction of infamous Scottish-American psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron, unsuspecting patients, many of whom had common ailments such as postpartum depression, were experimented on with aggressive drug cocktails and extreme techniques.
My father was a victim of Dr. Cameron. He was a 27-year-old, healthy skier, canoeer, very athletic, and he had asthma. They told him if he went to the Allen Memorial, they could cure his asthma.
My father, Charles, was a patient of Dr. Cameron's. He had a trigeminal neuralgia, it's called, where there's a pain in the temple that radiates into the jaw that apparently is excruciatingly painful. They told him that it was psychosomatic, which it's not, but in those days, what did they know? So they sent him to a shrink. This shrink that he went to was working with Cameron, although we didn't know. So he put my father right into the program.
I was having trouble with my parents. My father and my stepmother decided to put me in the Allen Memorial Institute. They had no idea what went on in there. I was 16 when I was there.
Dr. Cameron pursued a concept he called depatterning, which was meant to reduce patients to an infantile psychological state wherein doctors could take advantage of the person's cognitive vulnerability to attempt to rebuild their mind under the doctor's control. A popular method of choice to achieve this was called psychic driving.
The day that my father was brought to the hospital, they immediately put him on insulin, to put him into like an insulin coma. They took clips from the interview with the shrink and put it on tape to run a loop under his pillow while he was put into this sleep treatment.
He also was put in an insulin coma for 36 days with a recording beside him saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and over.
That was beside my bed constantly, repeated 250,000 and 500,000 times.
Another common method was the use of extreme Page-Russell electroshock therapy.
Page-Russell shock treatment is approximately 40 to 75 times the strength of a normal shock treatment. So it's really designed to wipe out the memory.
He received 54 high voltage shock treatments, followed by 54 grand mal seizures.
After 27 days of this, they said that they were discouraged because he still had ties to his former life, in that he was asking to see his wife. They decided to give him more Page-Russell shock treatments and put him to sleep for another 30 days.
When patients were released from the Allen Memorial, they and their families' lives would never be the same again.
Well, there's a lot I could not remember after I got out of the Allen. When my family came, I was a zombie. I didn't even know who they were.
He never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters. He lost his job. We went into poverty after he came out.
He had said in his interview with the shrink that I was the apple of his eye. And after he came home, he started beating me not long after.
In 1973, the MKUltra program was terminated, and some of the evidence of its activities was systematically erased.
The whole thing was basically discovered because of a whistleblower named John Marks, who wrote the first book really about the program called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. There were congressional hearings here in the United States in the mid-70s after it had been exposed. And during those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
Despite the congressional hearings and marginal interest in the subject in popular culture, most MKUltra survivors suffered in silence, taking their trauma with them to the grave. Today, having received no formal apology or compensation, the children of some survivors are pursuing a class action lawsuit against the institutions they deem responsible.
The CIA knew that it was breaking, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
They all were behind it. They all knew what they were doing, but they weren't doing it out of care or love. They were doing it out of military and political reasons.
I am on medication now because of what happened to me when I was 16. I have not had any compensation or apology. I want everyone to know in Canada what went on in that horrible, horrible hospital.
While historians and survivors have exposed MKUltra's exploits to the world, much remains unknown about its extent and wider impact. Given the highly sensitive nature of the program's activity, it is likely this will remain the case for years to come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Conspiracy Con. You've already heard my announcements, and at this point we are going to introduce our first speakers. Some of you know them, some of you may know of them, of their work, of their experiences. It is an honor for me to get to know them, for me to introduce them to you, to have them here to share their story. Mark Phillips and Cathy O'Brien have been through a lot. Cathy has had some extraordinary experiences in the mind control program, and I will let them elaborate on what that is and what that means. They have authored a book called Trance-Formation of America, keyword trance. I think most of you in this room understand what that means. Mark came along and pulled her out of this situation. A situation that most of us would never even want to wish on our enemies, I think. And this is their story and their uphill battle to inform the public. I don't want to take any more of their time. I'm going to let Mark lay out the details. He will speak first and then bring on Cathy. So without further ado, if you will please give a warm round of applause to Mark Phillips and Cathy O'Brien.
Well, good morning. I can't really see that well because of the lights, but it's a welcome opportunity for Cathy and I to be out here with you all. And quite honestly, this is one of our favorite parts of the world to visit. How many of you in this audience, if you don't mind me asking, know that someone could control externally a mind? Wow, okay. How many of you in this audience understands the fact that most people in the federal prison system are in there for one charge. Most people. The most successful prosecution of any particular criminal charge, this particular one puts more people in prison than anything else. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. Yes, it is a conspiracy that will get you more time in a federal prison than anything else. And more people are serving time in a prison system, in our federal prison system, because of being convicted of being involved in a conspiracy. When in fact, we that are called conspiratists, in other words, persons who are exposing conspiracy, are related to publicly and through the medias many, many times as having some sort of problem in our personas, or that we are lying somehow if we are exposing the very ones that are locking people up for this charge. One point that I would like to drive home, and I'm just here to introduce Cathy O'Brien, but I also would like to give you all one message that is deeply embedded in everything that we are and everything that we say, and that is hope. And this hope is not just based on the fact that a few people may get out and do something. You people are doing something right now by being at this conference. This is a very, very important conference. We've got some really old friends who are speakers at this conference, and we're seeing a lot of faces at this conference of the participants who we've known from other conferences. This is quite the opportunity to rekindle some of those old friendships. Now, taking you back in time a bit, Adolf Hitler assigned his right-hand man, Eichmann, to research the multi-generationally abusing families of Northern Europe. What Adolf Hitler envisioned to be the ultimate weapon was not the atomic bomb, not weapons of mass destruction. Adolf Hitler was an expert at psychological warfare. Those B-2 rockets that he absolutely just pounded Great Britain with, he put whistles on them so that people would hear them coming in. And each time they heard a whistle, they knew there was going to be an explosion right afterwards. This was a very important factor to beat down the people's morale, to make them want to give up. I've often said if Adolf Hitler had had television at his fingertips, things would have been very different. The Nazis would have indeed acquired a very different position in history, when in fact Adolf Hitler, when he had Eichmann and Himmler researching these multi-generational abuse family pods, he was looking at some extraordinary things. He was looking at what the results are of the psychological traumas, sexual abuse, as well as some extraordinary physical abuse by these families on their own children before the children were age 5, before their brains had a chance to form. This was outside most people's realm of understanding. It was outside of most people's realm of even knowledge, for that matter, because these groups were very secretive. They were, some of them labeled themselves being engaged in witchcraft, others just blatant Satanism, and they were incorporating blood traumas. They were incorporating food, water, sleep deprivation. But the most horrendous of them all were the parents of these children sexually abusing their own. A child doesn't, before age 5, certainly doesn't relate to sex as any sort of a emotional outlet of pleasure. A child whose brain is not yet formed, who is being literally abused to the point of what the child thinks is death before age 5, begins to develop some extraordinary defense mechanisms. Dissociative identity disorder is what it's professionally labeled. At one time they called it multiple personality disorder. Not too long ago, nothing could be farther from the truth. We only have one persona, one personality. That personality can be fragmented, it can be shattered, it can be professionally compartmentalized to where we have all sorts of projections of other personas, but basically there's only one personality. Well, this is what Adolf Hitler was interested in. Adolf Hitler was indeed the one individual who had the largest pool of human guinea pigs that's ever been known on this planet. The work that he was wanting to accomplish for his, quote, New World Order, and George Bush and Clinton, everybody else will use the same term. Actually, they all stole it from Nero. What they were actually looking for was to understand from a clinical perspective how these offspring who were being sexually abused, psychologically abused, and physically abused, of course, were developing 44 times visual acuity. That's like having eyes in the back of your head. 44 times improved visual acuity. Well, now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, pardon the pun, to understand how this could be applied in special forces, how it could be applied to soldiers who were in missions that a normal soldier could not possibly walk away from. These guys could. These children had 44 times visual acuity improvement. They also had photographic memories. Now, everyone in this audience has got a photographic memory. Some of us just don't use the camera very often, but nevertheless, we've all got it. I'm one of those folks, too. By the way, Cathy and I don't prepare our presentations. I've never used notes, except when somebody wants me to announce something. It's very easy to tell the truth over and over and over and over again. It's very easy to answer questions as long as you answer them truthfully. Well, that would have bothered Adolf Hitler quite a bit, because he believed that the ultimate weapon would be the control of the minds of the people. And he didn't want people to be able to tell the truth or to know that they were lying. What he wanted was to be the puppet master for his New World Order's politicos that would control the various regions on this planet. I don't see that there's much difference in what Adolf Hitler planned in this New World Order scenario than what's going on right now. Jumping forward in time a bit, when Cathy and I first started out on this whistleblowing trail, we were told not to use the words mind control, call it behavioral modification. That's what I had to call it when I worked for the intelligence community in the 60s and 70s. It wasn't called mind control. It wasn't referred to as mind control. It was referred to as behavioral modification. I didn't hear the words New World Order when I was working. But I was told when Cathy and I first started out that we couldn't use that term, that was a conspiracy nonsense. There was no such thing. And then when George Bush stood up on television and said, this is the beginning of a new world order, that was all I needed to hear. And then I heard the admiral in charge of SEAL Team 6 stand up on the Discovery Channel and say that he answered only to the President of the United States and the New World Order. That documentary is available. And I would like to be able to afford to at least have that clip and send it to all the people who said there was no such thing as New World Order. When Adolf Hitler began to research the findings and he began to apply some of these things on people, he began to understand the gravity of if you control the person's mind, then you control everything. Freedom of thought is mankind's last remaining freedom, and it has been eroded seriously just in the last few decades, more seriously than ever before. It used to be that religions control the people in a type of what I call soft mind control. And then it became, if it was hard mind control, they called them cults. Now, all of us are subject to soft mind control. All of us have had it applied to us because our history books, for instance, have been changed. Our newspapers and our other forms of news and information are greatly spun and changed so that we do not get the truth. If we don't get the truth, but we think we're getting the truth, and we're predicating all of our thoughts, our actions upon what we learn, but what we're learning is controlled, contrived, this is mind control. This conference should be 100 times the size that it is. It should be like one of these major football games or baseball games. But no, the people who think they're free and think that they have freedom of thought are attending those games by the tens of thousands. And guess what? You guys are the ones that are actually enjoying the remnants of freedom of thought. And it is you all that are going to take some of this information away from this conference and you're going to spread it around. Cathy and I have never advertised our book, we've never solicited ourselves, and we have never allowed any group or organization to support us. It has been a dreadful trek through hell. All because I happened to be in a very odd, unique situation at one point in my life, and I became privy to what Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler had worked so diligently on. There was a project that was born the same year as the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, which actually was just a changeover from the OSS. That was called Project Paperclip. Project Paperclip was the importation legally of Nazi and fascist scientists into this country. And most people would think, oh, they were rocket scientists. There were about 600 or 700 odd propulsion scientists, engineers, like Werner von Braun and his team, that were brought over to the United States on this Project Paperclip that was sanctioned by Congress. Of course, Congress said, okay, you can bring over these people, because if we don't contain these folks, our enemies, like the Soviet Union, and by the way, I never saw them as an enemy. I just saw them as people in literally in a race, a technology race with us. So Congress allowed the importation of these people to be put into our higher institutions of learning, within our military-industrial complex, within transportation, and within communications. And of course, they were brought in to build rockets. No, it didn't stop there, because there were 600 odd psychiatrists and psychologists that had been engaged in mind control atrocities and mind control research for Adolf Hitler. The United States government deemed that so secret that in 1947, same year that Project Paperclip was born, the same year that the CIA was born, the same year Roswell occurred, I mean, 47 was a banner year. They launched the National Security Act. And that is what Cathy and I are all about. We want to see the repeal of the National Security Act, because you folks are going to hear something right now that you're not going to like. There's not one person in this audience, not one, that could not legally be experimented on, killed, or financially destroyed, and you have no recourse legally. None. Zero. As long as the National Security Act is in place. The National Security Act has not guarded our nation's secrets very well either. The rules of ethical military conduct had done a remarkably good job for years and years and years. No problems. But the National Security Act came along, and the string of espionage problems that occurred and the cover-ups that ensued is nonstop. And I'm going to tell you how that National Security Act has played in turning someone who used to be highly paid to keep his mouth shut, who now works for nothing, just enough to keep talking. Yeah. I was very fortunate. I did not have to go to Vietnam and get my head blown off, or wind up coming back home as a headbanger. I was very fortunate. I didn't want to flee to Canada. I just simply wanted to serve my country in some capacity. And so I thought, well, I was relating to some of the old World War II ideas where women were working in the factories building airplanes and bombs. I thought, well, you know, why can't I build something or do something other than go over there and get my head blown off? Well, I didn't have an appointment to West Point or anything that would keep me in university or college during that period of time. I was going to college, to night college. But I was given the opportunity to go to work for a company based right up the road in Redwood City called the Ampex Corporation. Ampex Corporation invented the instant replay. They had developed videotape, and they were the foremost military-industrial complex provider of the most extreme technologies in recording ever known to man. And I was given a job to keep me from being drafted by the Ampex Corporation as an engineer. Well, obviously, there are a lot of folks in here that know who I am. And by the way, we want to get to know who you are, so you've got the advantage on us. Come by and talk to us later. But those of you who know me know that I have trouble balancing the checkbook. I'm dyslexic. I couldn't be an engineer if my life depended on it. But I nevertheless had that title. What I did in the mid-'60s and late '60s and early '70s was I just was in charge of maintaining, not the physical maintenance. I had an actual, real, honest-to-God engineer with me at all times. But I worked in mental institutions, both state and federal. I worked in the state and federal prison systems, worked on NASA sites, and was working to just simply guard the integrity of certain file tapes and films. Those file tapes and films were on what we called behavioral modification projects. The scientists that I knew, some of them admittedly were former admitted Nazis, but they were just doing what they liked to do. And what I saw them doing in the '60s and '70s, I truly believed then, and I truly believe it now, was benevolent for society. You know, anything that could be used for positive can also be used for negative. A knife, for instance, is a device that allows us to use it as a tool or a weapon. Mind control, the one I was seeing, the behavioral modification programs, particularly in the prison systems and in the hospitals, the people were either incorrigible, they had extreme, I mean, we're talking the Charlie Manson types. These people had extreme social problems, put it mildly. They had behavioral problems. Some of them were cannibals. Some of them were serial killers. Some of them weren't any of those things, but they could not function in society. And what I was seeing were these people being free of those extreme mental bonds. People were recovering from the unrecoverable. People were becoming functional when they absolutely were non-functional. So myself and the scientists that I was rubbing elbows with, we all believed that this was one of the greatest opportunities for emptying out our prisons, for emptying out our mental institutions by the year 2000. We literally were working towards that goal. Sure, we would have a prison system, but they would actually be for rehabilitation rather than just caging people. I truly believe this because I never saw any trauma-based mind control or behavioral modification being applied. What I saw were benevolent. They used drugs, hypnosis, very mild electroshock, about like taking a 9-volt battery and, you know, wetting a place on your arm or your leg and putting it on you. I mean, you can feel a little tingle, but it's not the electroshock that most of us equate where they're trying to treat schizophrenia and other things. There's a huge body of evidence that says that electroshock therapy is just that. I strongly disagree. I have never seen it work for the benefit of the individual. And I didn't see any of that type of electroshock. What I did see, though, was people recovering. Now, the worst part about it was most of them could not be released. That was the only thing that I saw that really hurt me. They could not be released back into the populace because of their crimes that many of them had committed, and society would not allow that. And the government could not admit to these people being totally recovered. So unfortunately, these people remained incarcerated. Well, these scientists working on this project, by the way, the project name was officially born in 1953, some 64 months after the National Security Act was passed, when the Central Intelligence Agency became a funded organization, and when something landed in Roswell. All of these things that were happening made me believe that mankind was truly evolving. I recently was given what is known as a plum. Someone in Langley was kind enough to send me something that I was scared to even put on my computer. It was a set of 4 discs. These discs cover the MK Ultra projects, all of them, from 1953 until 1973. These discs contain 1.2 gigabyte of some 23,000 files. The names of the people who were being worked with, experimented on, were blacked out. That's all. The rest of the project information is there, believe it or not, intact. It's not redacted, for the most part. I hadn't even gotten through them, all the files yet. It would take me a year to read all that stuff. But I did find some extraordinary information in it. And Cathy and I are putting these things available. I only had about a dozen of them I could bring to this conference. A dozen copies. But we feel like what Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler were putting together to control the world. If we permit people to actually see for themselves what our government has now declassified and made available, we felt like that maybe, just maybe, there was enough voices, this situation can be reversed. I still believe this. I believe that the good guys outnumber the bad guys 5 to 1. I could be a little bit off. It could be the other way around. Because like I said, this has been a walk through hell, because after I left the Ampex Corporation, I was recruited. I won't take you through my entire employment history, but I worked for Laser Systems and Electronics as their medical sales manager. I was vice president of marketing and sales for Laser. Laser was the first, that was a group of NASA scientists. These guys are paid off with technologies when they retire. And one of them was given some laser technology. And he was the first man to bounce a laser off the moon. And he was also very interested in a device called, that incorporated telemetry. Telemetry is the wireless transmission of something, whatever. In this case, it was body functions, brain waves, heartbeat. And back in those days, this was in the early 70s, they didn't have anything in the hospitals for cardiac patients who were recovering to monitor their heart unless they put them in a bed and run all these wires to them. Well, psychologically, that was killing more of them than it was actually helping. So this new telemetry device, about the size of a small package of cigarettes, could fit in the patient's pocket, and the patient could go all over the hospital because there were antennas buried in the ceilings. When in fact, just a few years earlier, all that technology was classified, top secret. And then when NASA decided that they could help their position it publicly, they released it. They don't release any technologies unless it feathers somebody's nest. What I was seeing in the 70s was 25 years ahead of anything. Now I understand it's gone off the scale. I've had the luxury of meeting some extraordinary people, engineers, working within the military-industrial complex at this time on experimental propulsions. It's not even experimental anymore. I've had the opportunity to discuss in depth some of the things that, experiments that I was privy to see what happened to them. Where did they go? How were they developed? And they too had been developed for decades. Because you see, after leaving Ampex and working my tenure with laser systems and electronics, who, by the way, pioneered brain implants. That's a really touchy subject with me. Most people hollering about they've got a brain implant for mind control. Well, first of all, they wouldn't know it. Second of all, they don't need to do that. I wish they did. I wish that was all I wish they really needed to do a surgical procedure to put one of these things in you, or at least inject it or something. But they don't need implants. They haven't needed implants since 1983. That's scary stuff when you consider the ramifications of what is now possible through compressed microwave and any number of other advanced technologies for controlling your thoughts. Creating apathy, rage, can easily be done with what is known as the HiiiPower project. And it can be done over vast areas of the planet simultaneously. This is old Tesla technology that most of you folks in here, I'm sure, are aware of. But I'm also hoping that you're aware that the HiiiPower operations were shut down for a period of time during the Clinton administration. And it restarted in August of last year. And they're building these things all over the planet. This is a form of the type of mind control that Hitler hadn't even thought about. This is the worst. Because there is no shielding. You can't be a privileged person and avoid it. In the mid-70s, I was approached after I left laser systems and electronics by a fellow friend of mine who'd kind of been hanging around me for all my career. He always seemed to direct me in the right places, and I always seemed to wind up with incredible professional job opportunities. And I told him that I could not ever work in a medical field because I don't like blood product, and I sure don't like to see brains. And I couldn't stand it. I mean, I literally passed out in an operating room one time watching a simple brain surgery. They were trephining this boy's head. He had a pressure on his brain, and when they got that little drill in his head, the thing just blew out and splattered me. That did it. I hit the floor. And I didn't eat for several days. Thank God I wasn't fond of organ meat, or I'd never been able to touch it again. But I did tell this friend of mine, I told him, I said, I don't care what it is, I just don't want to deal with the medical profession, and I've got all these job offers from Johnson & Johnson, and Codman and Shirtland, and the list goes on. I said, I can't handle it. I said, I don't care about the money, I just can't handle it. He said, well, what about transportation? Okay. So he said, well, I'll send you to a place called Smyrna, Tennessee. I said, that's the only thing there is an old military base. He said, well, that old military base is owned and operated now by the city but of Smyrna, which is a population then of about 1,200 people. He said, but the interesting thing is, he said, the world's largest supplemental airline is based there. And you know some of the people involved with that airline. I said, oh, sure, that's Capital. Capital International Airways. Born in 1947. Hey, what a coincidence. And oddly enough, they were born in Virginia. Oh, boy. Well, I didn't really consider anything other than the fact that they were a large supplemental airline, and I was a marketing guy, so this would be a great opportunity, and I interviewed. And when I interviewed with the senior vice president and the president, Mr. Jesse Stallings, I left there wondering what I had just interviewed for, because they didn't outline my job description. They only were interested in how much money I wanted. That's it. And they wouldn't tell me what my job was going to be. And I didn't even know what I was interviewing for. They told me to show up for work Monday morning, I did. They didn't even have an office for me. And so I politely asked Al Pittman what I'd be doing. He said, you're going to be in charge of advertising. Oh, okay. That's a lot of money to pay an advertising manager. That's okay. He said, no, you're director now, and we're going to promote you to vice president. Of course, that's kind of like a bank. Everybody's a vice president. In the airline business, if you're in upper management, everybody's a vice president. There's no great distinction. So I said, well, that's great. He said, well, I'll introduce you to your employees. Well, I worked for Capital. And then one day, federal marshals descended upon the building in 1976. I was going to Washington to a big gala affair for the travel and tourism. Donna Tuttle, who was undersecretary under Jimmy Carter, had invited me up, and I was being honored for my contributions to U.S. travel and tourism. I thought it was kind of nice until the U.S. Marshals came in, and they briefly asked me, by holding up a paperclip, what did I know about this? Well, I'm not real slow, but I told them, I said, I use them every day. I said, I got big ones, little ones, and I said, we've also got plastic ones. Well, oddly enough, he said, that's all I need to know. I thought, wow. I had some friends of mine that were U.S. Marshals, and that was back in the days when all they did was transport prisoners. And I used to play poker with them. That's when I lived in Atlanta working for Ampex. So I knew where their hot buttons were and what to say and what not to say. And so I asked the guy, I said, this is not consistent with the guy's level of intelligence. Why aren't you asking me about paperclips, man? Why don't you ask me about the real meat and potatoes, like my fountain pen? I said, what is this all about? He said, you're all you need to know, and that's all you need to know. He said, you obviously don't know anything. I said, you got that. He said, we're going to put you in charge of the integrity of all the files in this building. I said, and why? What's going on? He said, there is a federal charge that's being levied against Capital International Airways and its executive officers that will have to be addressed in Congress because it's a matter of national security. Well, putting me in charge of the integrity of those files was very much like putting handcuffs on me and putting a big block of cheese and putting me in that, in a little box with that big block of cheese, and I'm handcuffed, and you turn 15 rats loose, and I'm supposed to guard that cheese? I knew I was going to go to prison, and probably for the rest of my natural life that I'd been set up. Well, I went in and I expressed my opinion to my boss. He said, "You don't have anything to worry about." I said, "Oh, yes, I do, because I happen to know that somebody just broke into one of the files, and they said that I'm going to prison. Whether I tell them or not, I'm still going to go to prison." He said, "You're not going to say anything." And he said, "We hired you because you know how to keep your mouth shut." So I thought, kind of insulted. I said, "I thought you hired me because of my abilities." He said, "That too, but you can keep a secret." I said, "Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this country. Can you keep a secret? Because I'm going to tell you where I'm going. And I'm going to steal one of your airplanes to go there." He told me, he said, "Now, wait a minute. Don't even start that kind of dialogue with me," or something to that effect. And berated me and berated me. And he said, "You wait out there in it was the boardroom actually attached to his office." I'm sitting there, and my boss, Jesse Stallings, picks up the phone and calls a fellow by the name of Richard Nixon. Oh, boy. I mean, this is really getting serious now. Really, really, really getting serious. I thought, well, life as I know it is over, and I don't even know why. I left that office, and he called me back up, and he said, "There's a U.S. Marshal coming out here to take the seals off all the files. It's over. Forget about it." I thought, Jesus, all I got to do is get out of this company. I got to get away from it. And I had people telling me all the time I work for the CIA. I said, "Of course I work for the CIA, you moron. Capital International Airways." I said, I don't work intelligence anymore, because I started out with Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. I said, I don't do that anymore. I work for Capital." They said, "Well, okay, whatever you say, but you still work for the CIA." I said, "How do you know?" They said, "Because I work for the CIA." I said, "Well, I heard that many, many times, and I never believed it." Moving forward in time a bit, I had the opportunity to go into business for myself when I found out for a fact that I was working for the intelligence community, and nobody leaves the intelligence community. It's like the mob. You don't just say goodbye. You don't just say, "I'm going to go and do something else." You have to go to work for yourself, and you've got to make sure your customer base, whatever business or services you're providing, doesn't get put in one little corner with one large customer. I knew these things. So I decided I would get into my own business of consulting within the travel and tourism industries. I did very well at it. And I enjoyed myself very much until one day in 1986 I was contacted when I was living in Nashville, Tennessee, by an old friend of mine I had severed communications with years previous, because he and I had gone our separate ways. I thought he was a redneck. He owned a plumbing company, and I just never really wanted to spend any time talking to him or being with him, because he and I couldn't communicate anymore. We'd outgrown each other. He contacted me and he said, "Mark," he said, "I've been reading about you in the newspaper for years, Nashville Banner in Tennessee," and he said, "I guess your daddy got you in there." I said, "Oh, no. No, my father worked for the newspaper." I said, "No, actually, he was rather surprised that I got honored by anybody or anything." He said, "Well," he said, "you're doing a lot of international business. I've got an opportunity for you." So he introduced me to a guy who was supposed to be a country music entertainer, MC, stage hypnotist, really sleazy dude by the name of Alex Houston. He was a ventriloquist. God, wouldn't you hate to be the dummy on his lap? Whew. Alex Houston was indeed one of the sleaziest people I've ever had the misfortune of knowing, because I was taught neurolinguistics, the language of the unconscious, language of the subconscious. And I also was taught handwriting analysis and graphology. I had all the tools of being able to determine whether or not someone was being honest with me, whether they were a threat to me, or whether I could do business with them. And Alex Houston was somebody I could do business with, but I had to maintain control. He had a great idea, which took me and him to Hong Kong, and we started a joint venture company with the People's Republic of China. We were building these giant capacitor banks for energy savings so that the Chinese mines wouldn't have to shut down. It was at this juncture that I began to learn that I truly enjoyed what I had been doing, and that was negotiating international business deals. In 3 weeks, we put together $31 million worth of business with the Chinese. And I was, and with Alex Houston, 51% owners of a company called Uniphase Corporation. I didn't want to socialize with Alex Houston. I hadn't met his wife or his daughter. And then when I went back to China for the final deals, and we were building a huge plant over there, 65,000 square foot plant to manufacture these capacitors, I was approached by a Chinese intelligence officer. Oh, I failed to mention that my partner in Hong Kong was a fellow by the name of William Yoon. He was an arms dealer, major for the Chinese, and he owned a ship line. He distributed silkworm missiles all over the world. He was a nice guy, in spite of his work, and I trusted him. So when I was approached by a Chinese intelligence officer, this was in 1987, and this guy told me that he needed to speak with me because there was a serious problem. I thought that serious problem was I was fixing to be thrown out of that company, because now that they had literally all my knowledge and everything that they wanted, then they no longer had any need for me, but that was not to be the case. This Chinese intelligence officer began unfolding some things that I had never seen before. See, I was raised in an upper middle class family. Some would call it wealthy. I wasn't familiar with incest. I wasn't familiar with horrific tortures and child abuse to that nature. My father was very abusive, but nothing to compare to what I would later learn. I knew a little bit about the Heinrich Himmler studies and what had gone on in Nazi Germany with those people, but I just didn't equate it as going on in the United States. And this Chinese intelligence officer began showing me my classified files, still classified. Now this really scared me, because you got to remember, you can take the boy out of the CIA, but you can't take the CIA out of the boy. And I was going to run straight home and tell, which I did. But let me tell you the rest of it. He also began impressing me with some of the most horrible stuff I had ever seen in my life. He explained to me that Alex Houston, my business partner, had to be removed from the company because he was involved in child pornography. White slavery. He just said slavery. And by the way, child pornography is punishable by death in China, first offense. A lot of things are, but they particularly don't like that one. He was also engaged working for the Central Intelligence Agency. This fellow had indeed shown me some of the most horrific stuff I can imagine. He showed me a picture of Alex Houston having sex with a small child. And that child turned out to be Haitian. He explained to me that I had to get rid of Alex Houston. I said, fine, I would. So I did. I went back to the States, and I told the Chinese if they were sincere, they'd give me the money to buy him out. They did. And I bought him out. And I went to see some friends of mine. Because this white slavery thing had other words like mind control attached to it. And he also told me, this Chinese intelligence officer, that Alex Houston was engaged in money laundering and illicit drugs, and it went all the way to the White House. I went back and began quizzing some old friends in the intelligence community who were still active, and they validated it for me. Well, by this time, I'd met Cathy and her daughter. I mean, we're talking a major airhead. Major. And by the way, no one escapes mind control. That's called abuse. Lots of people escape abuse. Mind control is just that. It's mind control. You don't know that you're being controlled. Of course, Cathy didn't even know her own name. She didn't know how old she was. She didn't know where she'd been in her travels. So I was convinced that I would get them out and get them into therapy and go back to China and do my thing. So I asked some people that knew, and they gave me codes, keys, and triggers. I applied them. They worked. I got her out, her and her daughter. And guess what? Everything in my life flipped upside down. All my bank accounts were gone. Everything that I had, gone. And they did the stupidest thing. They threatened me. And they had the sheriff of my county, who was a friend of mine, to deliver it. And he told me, he said, Mark, he said, this is some CIA crap. He said, I would strongly recommend you just walk away from this right now. Well, I convinced them that I had lost my mind, and I walked away from it by taking Cathy and her daughter to Alaska. That same organization that was responsible for her victimization, I knew good people were in there. They provided me the technological antidote, because I was certainly not in any position to deprogram anybody. I'd seen it done, but I didn't know how to do it and didn't pay that close attention. So I had to do it. And as a result of that, you're going to hear probably the most incredible, validated story that is going to soon be a major theme in maybe more than one motion picture and a TV series, documentary series. After all these years, Cathy and I believe that this is our last year. And now I would like to bring up the person who is responsible for turning my life around. I wasn't ever a bad guy, but I truly believed a bunch of things that weren't true. And now I know the truth, and now you will as well. If you'd please welcome the love of my life, Cathy.
I'd like to thank every one of you for coming out here today. I've seen so many good friends and familiar faces and some new faces that are eager to learn about mind control. Knowledge is our only defense against mind control, and you certainly have a right to this information and it's your need to know. Mind control is the most important issue facing humanity today. All other issues, causes, choices, and electives are contingent upon our free thought. We all formulate our thoughts and our actions based on what we know. And we need to know that that knowledge base has been altered. It's been deliberately suppressed for decades. Superstition begins where knowledge leaves off. And superstition is so rampant these days that it's very obvious that knowledge has been suppressed for way too long. We've got to raise awareness. We've got to bring up our knowledge base. With knowledge our only defense against mind control, and awareness the only solution, we have a ways to go to realize what's happening in our society today, to know what we can do about the environment, violence, technological advancements, suppression of information, and what we can do to expand our own minds beyond what we thought we knew. So many times people feel like, oh, I've got the answer now, and wrap up all their knowledge and all their information and put it in a box. Knowledge doesn't fit in a box. It's not that simple. There's always more to learn. There's always more to know. And it's up to every one of us to be able to expand our minds and consider the reality that mind control is rampant in our societies and is affecting all walks of life. I'm extremely fortunate to have survived my MK Ultra mind control ordeal, to be lovingly rescued by Mark Phillips, deprogrammed, and reach this point and being able to speak out and tell you what I witnessed and experienced behind the scenes of what Adolf Hitler and George Bush termed the New World Order. My experience as a mind control slave on a White House Pentagon level was extreme. I was totally robotic. I had no capacity to think for myself. I didn't have any free thought whatsoever. I didn't even have the ability to question, to reason, or consciously comprehend what I was involved in. With no comprehension, no conscious awareness, I had no understanding of time. I didn't know how much time was passing. I didn't know how old I was. And it certainly put me in a realm where I didn't have the kind of awareness necessary to be able to deal with the realities that I was experiencing. I've come a long way from the kind of robotic mind control that I experienced. And even though my experience is extreme and pretty horrific in many regards, the fact remains that mind control is a sliding scale. And we all experience some form of mind control or another, whether it's information control that's absolutely controlling our perceptions, our abilities to respond, allowing for that superstition to creep in. And superstition so often renders us totally helpless to affect a situation. I'm very much a solution-oriented person. I definitely believe in solutions. And I spell solutions with an S-O-U-L. It takes soul, and it takes love, and it takes the ability to expand beyond what we thought we knew. The solutions are so exciting. I would much rather spend the whole time today talking about the solution aspect of it, because I'm real excited where we can go with the information that has been suppressed for so long. I believe we've all learned at some point, or been told at some point, that we use about 10% of our brain. That leaves a whole lot of our brain that we get to know about, that we get to learn about. The criminals in control of our government, in control of our information and our technology, have been suppressing the information on mind-brain function in order to control all of us by what we don't know. Secret knowledge equals power. And they're using that power to control each and every one of us, to put us in a position to have to rely on superstition. And when we rely on superstition, so often that puts us in a fearful position, and people get very fearful these days, when in fact we're right at a turning point, right on the verge of the most exciting and wonderful possibilities that humanity could ever face. I feel so fortunate to have come from the extreme mind control, to have seen what the criminals have been doing for decades and for generations behind the scenes of the political global effort, to see people beginning to wake up, to see the New World Order effort beginning to crumble to the point where these criminals are scrambling and working as fast as they can to make the difference while they can. They know that they're out of time. And now it's up to all of us to be able to grasp the information and spread the word, wake up our brothers and sisters, because this is our time and change is occurring. When we expand our thought, it's like we're opening our minds to a new dimension of thought. To be able to realize that we have within our own brains the capacity for self-healing, for discernment of truth. When we can discern truth, it's going to alleviate a whole lot of the problems that people are having dealing with fear and superstition and panic and everything else these days. When we can discern the truth, it will indeed make all of us free. We do have that capacity. We have a capacity to be able to stop the violence in the school systems, to stop the erosion of the planet that's happening right now. I'm deeply concerned about the ecological issues that are coming to light. We have the capacity to make differences for our planet and for our own selves, and to advance our own spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical evolution. This is a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive. But before we can implement solutions, the problem must be identified first, and it must be clearly identified. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today, is what I saw, what I experienced behind the scenes of the New World Order effort, what is actually happening through the manipulation of the minds of the masses, the fact that so many people are under total robotic mind control in so many walks of life, from the intelligence community, politics, special forces, military. It's even in sports and entertainment. Mind control is very far-reaching, and the one that disturbs me personally the most, where my own passion is in the school systems, where our children's minds are being manipulated. Adolf Hitler said that if there were any free thinkers left in Nazi Germany, he was not concerned, because he had the minds of the children through the education system. I heard that quote when I worked under Education Secretary Bill Bennett during the Reagan administration, and it was a plan that was put into place and being used in the school systems. It's one that's based on the same kind of concept that the military was conditioned with. It was determined that only 15% of the people could point and shoot at their enemy in a combat situation. 15% was not considered a sufficient number for the warfare that was being waged. So the military wanted to up that number, and the way they found to do it was to manipulate the minds of the soldiers to where they had to bypass that critical analysis, where there couldn't be that moment of thought that this is another human being, and what am I fighting for? You know, to bypass any of the kind of questions and critical thought that could come into play. So the military was programmed to bypass the critical analysis so that they could just point and shoot, point and shoot, point and shoot without thought, as though it's some kind of a video game. Notice the term video game. It certainly has a strong impact on our society as well, because that same technology, that same erosion of critical analysis has been put into our video games. And it's also been put into the school systems. The children have lost their ability to critically analyze. They've got information being pumped into their brains at a very, very rapid rate. They're smart kids, but they don't have the capacity and the ability to utilize the information in a creative and effective way. These kids, since they have lost their ability for critical analysis, are doing the same thing that military personnel do when they're turned out onto our streets without being deprogrammed. And we're having extreme violence in our school systems. We've got to understand what mind control is, how it works, and what we can do about it. For this reason, I'd like to talk briefly about what my experience is in MK Ultra mind control and how it came to be. Because even though my experience is extreme, it certainly gives a clear picture of what mind control is, so that you begin to see how it's being used against all of us in some form or another. When I was a really young child growing up in Muskegon, Michigan, this would be the early 60s. I was born in 1957. My father had been sexually abusing me as far back as I can remember. And he often bragged of substituting his penis for my mother's nipple while I was an infant. What this did is create this idea in my mind, or change this whole sexual aspect in my mind to one of survival, akin to eating, drinking, breathing, because that's what that kind of childhood sexual abuse results in. So my sexuality was heightened from a very, very early age, and I also developed what is known as dissociative identity disorder. It was formerly termed multiple personality disorder, but has since been redefined because it's not multiple personalities, but the shattering of a personality and a compartmentalization of memory, of trauma, too horrible to comprehend. Childhood sexual abuse is certainly too horrible to comprehend. There was no place for that in my mind. It's not that I could morally judge my father, and it's not that I was just a little bitty kid. But what I was experiencing was the pain and suffocation of that kind of abuse, which caused this dissociative disorder. By the time my father was using me in child pornography at a very, very young age and sending the child pornography through the local Michigan Mafia child pornography ring, mind control was already rampant in this country. Operation Paperclip had brought in the Nazi and fascist scientists. What the Hitler-Himmler research had revealed on multi-generational incest-based families was certainly a strong aspect of the kind of victimization that I and so many, many others went into. Because it had been determined that anybody that experiences horrible abuse will develop this dissociative disorder, which ultimately renders them helpless to affect the situation, change the situation, and makes a person very compliant. When my father sexually abused me, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it at dinner, for example. I didn't think about it when I went off to kindergarten. I wasn't thinking about what my father was doing. As a matter of fact, I thought the whole world was that way. I thought it was some kind of a normal thing. Because it was happening all around me, I didn't know any different. So my brain actually compartmentalized the memory of that abuse, so the rest of my mind could function normally and I could go out in society as a normal child. This is called the mind's sane defense to trauma too horrible to comprehend. And it's also why so many people are coming forth with repressed memories, usually around the age of 30, when the electrochemical changes in the body start bringing about changes in the neuron pathway firing to the brain and begin to open up the compartmentalized memory of the abuse that people experienced. I never thought to think about the sexual abuse of my father until he came in to sexually abuse me again. As soon as his pants would unzip, that part of my brain that knew how to deal with his abuse would actually open back up. The neuron pathways open up. So the part of me that knew how to deal with it would deal with it again as needed, however many times, however often, in whatever way. Then that part of my brain would shut back down so the rest of my mind could function normally. This is a part of our brain that we have a right to know about and a need to know about, that our brains can do something so phenomenal as actually shut down around memory of such horrible abuse. This compartmentalization of memory was what the government was interested in, because they figured that if a person couldn't think to bring to mind abuse, they wouldn't be able to think to bring to mind government secrets, government perversions, or anything else they wanted compartmentalized in the brain. For that reason, there was actually a criminal faction in control of our government that's in the same handful of criminals in control of our government today, and they're named in our book, Trance-Formation of America, so you know who these criminals are. But it's the same handful over and over again. It's absurd that we let them stay in power. But nevertheless, the criminal at that time in my hometown area around Muskegon, Michigan, was a local politician by the name of Gerald Ford. This is the same Gerald Ford that went on to become the unelected president of the United States. He headed the Warren Commission that supposedly investigated the Kennedy assassination. Gerald Ford, at that time, was very much interested in mind control, so the local Michigan Mafia child pornography ring was actually being sanctioned. So that kind of activity could go on, and they could target children like myself who were so horribly abused that they would be used in child pornography and would ultimately be suffering from the dissociative disorder they wanted to use in MK Ultra mind control. The Hitler-Himmler research had found that children like that were absolutely ideal, and I was brought up accordingly. The Hitler-Himmler research had certainly expanded by the time that I was in MK Ultra mind control, and it continues to expand to date. My own daughter, who was born into MK Ultra mind control, unfortunately, I could not prevent her abuse. I certainly didn't contribute to it, but I couldn't prevent it. She was exposed to a high-tech form of mind control known as harmonics. And harmonics are very much affecting all of us and is an aspect of mind control that we need to consider and realize is reaching into our brains through music, and we certainly need to be looking at harp. Music has such a powerful impact on the brain because of the harmonics that carry the words into our brain, that oftentimes we'll reflect on. We'll hear a song and we'll reflect on, oh, I remember where I was at that time, and I fell in love at that time, and we have so many associations that go along with music because of the strong impact it has on our memories, because of the harmonic aspect. And that's just a small little tiny piece of the harmonic technology that they are using in MK Ultra mind control and that my daughter was exposed to. My victimization was strictly trauma-based, though. And when my father was caught sending this pornography through the mails, Gerald Ford approached him and told him that he could receive immunity from prosecution if he would sell me into the project. My father eagerly agreed. He was so happy about the whole idea and believed the government actually condoned child abuse that he went on to have 5 more children to raise in the project, so there were 7 of us in all. And he was never prosecuted. He remains free to date for reasons of national security. I think this begins to show clearly what has happened to our justice system. When we see gross and blatant violations of laws and rights occur in the court systems, particularly where children are concerned. I know right close to here you had a major occurrence going on with the Marin County Daycare Center because Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino was on the daycare board. The founder of the occult temple of Set that's proliferating on our military bases. Head of the Psychological Warfare Division of the Defense Intelligence Agency, one of my primary mind control programmers, and someone who doesn't religiously believe in what he's doing, but certainly understands that trauma, like sexual abuse of children, which he's, with the Presidio daycare scandal, certainly named him in, and occult trauma are certainly too horrible to comprehend. There's no place for it in a child's brain, in anyone's mind for that matter. Good people don't think to look for that kind of criminal activity even because it's so horrific. Well, when my father agreed to sell me into MK Ultra mind control, he agreed to follow the instructions of the criminals that were going to raise me according to MK Ultra specifications. And he began subjecting me to occult trauma. He took me to Mackinac Island, Michigan, which is where the Michigan governor's mansion is located. And when I was a little kid, George Romney was governor at the time, and he was very much interested in mind control of the masses, not only through the education system, which ranked #1 in Michigan during the years that I was growing up, but also he was interested in taking what the Catholics had learned about the effects of trauma on the human mind into the Mormon Church. Now, I'm mentioning different aspects of religions, and I'm certainly not saying that all Catholics are bad or Mormons are bad any more than I'm saying that all politicians and all CIA are bad. There's good and bad in everything. And when we learn to open our eyes to reality and learn what the components are, we learn to start watching their actions rather than listening to their words. It's a lot easier to discern and to make free choices for ourselves rather than blindly following the paths that we're led down. But nevertheless, Romney was interested in the effects of trauma on the human mind and bringing it into the school systems. So I was often taken to Mackinac Island, Michigan, and it was there that I met who would become my owner in MK Ultra Mind Control. About the age of 13, I met U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Senator Byrd has been in office longer than I've been alive. That's kind of absurd in itself. I mean, that's a long time for somebody to be in such a powerful and influential position as Senator Byrd has been in control of our country's purse strings, deciding where money is going to be spent, where, how, why, and for ultimately what purpose. And his purpose certainly isn't for the betterment of this country or any of us. It's toward what Adolf Hitler and George Bush termed the New World Order, a robotic enslavement of society that is well on its way to that goal. Senator Byrd's position has been extremely influential for far too long. And any time he even makes a little slip of the tongue like he recently did on TV, making racial slurs and slams against humanity in this country, is usually just covered up and swept aside, and we're quickly diverted to something else, over here, over there, something else in the media, because these guys are real good at pointing the other way and sending us in another direction. It's just like with music when they say, people protest lyrics. Oh, it's so evil and it's so... Well, it's horrible that they're talking about the kind of violence and the kind of shallow horrors that they are in music that absolutely should not be. But the problem is not in free speech, which is always stops any of us from making any progress and cleaning up the music situation. It's in the harmonics. The harmonics are what drives this information into our brains on such a strong level. My music was controlled under MK Ultra mind control. I was told what I could listen to. I was told what I could watch on TV. And the shows that I watched were ones that had subliminals in the backgrounds, high-tech themes that could be used and were used throughout my MK Ultra victimization, such as Disney themes predominantly and The Wizard of Oz. Those were some of the main ones. But by controlling my environment, they were controlling my information. They were controlling my perceptions. And their controls were closing in tighter and tighter and tighter on my mind, to the point where I lost my capacity to hope that there were good people in this world, that there was some place in the world where people didn't hurt each other, where I lost my ability to even think for myself, to reason or comprehend what was happening. By the time I was 19, I was thrust into MK Ultra mind control, worked on a White House Pentagon level during the Reagan-Bush administration, carried out many criminal covert operations for the CIA. And that's another thing I'd love to just tell you about, so many of them, the groundwork for NAFTA, for example, the global education system, which, as I said, is an enormous passion of mine. There's so many aspects that need to be addressed, but I would encourage you, please look at Trance-Formation of America for that information, because Trance-Formation of America was originally written for U.S. congressional intelligence oversight, which means that the facts in there have to be validatable, backed up, and the documentation, the proofs on it are so strong that it's an important bit of information that's not the easiest to read because of the way it was written, but nevertheless, it certainly outlines the covert operations, the fact that the CIA was involved in the so-called war on drugs, which was no more than the CIA eliminating their competition worldwide. Well, they turned our streets into a bloodbath. Since we're here in California, I've got to make mention of one little aspect of this so-called war on drugs that disturbs me very, 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 very deeply. I was exposed to many drugs under mind control. Since my sexuality had been enhanced, the operations that I was used in oftentimes involved some kind of sexual perversion, sexual activity. Oftentimes, compromising videos were actually being filmed through the little lens in the ceiling. Because these criminals in control of our country and our information and our technology do not trust each other either. So they blackmail each other and they keep each other in check through those kind of aspects. And that was one more part that I was aware of and exposed to. Well, many of these criminals used various forms of drugs, particularly cocaine and heroin at times, which I knew would be George Bush's drug of choice because of all the criminals that I've been exposed to throughout my victimization. He has absolutely no question about it. The most influential, high-up perpetrator of all of them. He's run our country through so many administrations. It's got to stop somewhere. He ran our country. Well, first he began with the United Nations. Then he headed our CIA. Then he ran our country through the Reagan administration. through his own, through the Clinton administration, and now look who's in office. From everything that I know and all of my perceptions, the administration that we have in place now is absolutely 100% totally controlled by George Bush and the people that he's associated with in this New World Order effort. But it's my experience that George Bush's choice of drugs was in the heroin, and I knew that there would be a larger influx of heroin into this country, although cocaine is certainly still very, very prevalent. And I know that the CIA and many prominent people were involved in that black budget funding mechanism as well. Of all the drugs I was exposed to, though, there was one that was strictly forbidden, and that was marijuana. Marijuana is strictly forbidden because the effects on the brain actually open those neuron pathways so that any compartmentalization of memory, of any kind of trauma or any kind of so-called secret that's compartmentalized in the brain actually begins to erode. Like what happens to people at the age of 30 when their electrochemical changes happen and their mind expands. That is why they don't want to have even medical marijuana for people who have need and proven need for it. I think it's I'm not standing here to be pro-marijuana at all. I am here to tell you I am extremely anti-marijuana because I know why this anti-marijuana campaign is out there and their efforts to control all of us by making sure that that particular drug is controlled so that no one in any kind of position would have free thought. Now, I'm not saying that is any kind of solution whatsoever to mind control because I'm telling you this is absolutely I do not believe it is. I think at best it's a Band-Aid. What we need is a solution, and the solution is awareness. Knowledge is our only defense. Awareness is our solution, not marijuana. But nevertheless, since we're in California, I absolutely had to make mention of that. I'm pretty disturbed over the fact that the federal government's making so many efforts to stop it. My daughter Kelly was exposed to the most high-tech form of mind control as of 1980. She was born into it, and she was taken to various military and NASA installations for harmonic mind control programming literally since birth, before her brain even had a chance to form. And in essence, the key that locked the doors to her mind needs to be used to unlock it. But the government will not release the technological antidote to a problem they refuse to admit exists, and that's mind control. What Kelly experienced was horrific, and today she's having a very, very difficult time with this ongoing administration. She had hope. She's 21 years old now, and did have the capacity to at least hope that people would wake up in time to make a difference for her and so many other children who are out there in need of help. It's just not happening fast enough. From a personal point of view, from the people that I've seen that are affected, and people like my daughter who need help, that I look at different cases throughout the country that have happened and the events that have happened. I wish people could wake up faster. It would have to be retroactive, I guess, to be fast enough, so that we'd understand what the Oklahoma City bombing was all about, what the JonBenet Ramsey case is all about, what's happening with the school shootings, what was Waco really all about. So many things have been happening in our society for so long. Please take the information that I've been telling you about trauma and apply it to this kind of a situation. Those are traumas that affect us all. Anytime a trauma occurs that affects all of us like that, we're all more highly suggestible, more easily led, more receptive to losing more of our rights, and it happens every time. In 1988, Mark rescued my daughter Kelly and I, and I'm extremely fortunate that he did. I was 30 years old. I was there. I was just right at that age where mind control slaves like myself are eliminated, and my death was imminent because of the electrochemical changes that happen that allow for an opening of neuron pathways in the brain. I was in deep trouble. My daughter's fate would have been worse than death if Mark hadn't come in and rescued Kelly and I in 1988. He took us to the safety and serenity of Alaska. I believed I died and gone to heaven, actually, because I was so close to death at that time anyway. But it took a little while before I realized even how old I was and just how close I was to that age of elimination. When Mark rescued Kelly and I thought I was still 24 years old, if I could think at all. That was just pretty much my standard answer. I hadn't been able to see beyond it until he showed me my driver's license. You know, I mean, I guess I should have looked at that, but I couldn't think to do any of that on my own. I had only followed orders, robotically carried out instructions for well over a decade, just as I had been conditioned for. I certainly couldn't think to trust Mark. There's no way. I could only sense that he was someone that I could trust because just like a blind person would develop better hearing, I developed heightened senses to make up for my lack of ability to think. And people who abuse children oftentimes abuse animals, and everybody I knew was abusive to animals. I love animals. They're so precious and they're so innocent. I really love animals, but they were abusive to him, which was, again, just an added trauma base to everything else that was happening. In Mark's case, he had some raccoons that he'd rescued. They loved him. I'd see him hugging him. And I could sense that if the animals could sense he was worthy of trust, it's as though I could sense that as well, and it would be okay. When he rescued Kelly and I, he even rescued the farm animals off the farm that Alex Houston had in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, and took the dogs and the cows and the guineas and chickens and the horses. We just took all the animals out of there as well because they certainly didn't need to be abused by Alex Houston the way that they were. And Mark had the insight to be able to see what was happening and to stand up and make a profound difference in what he saw. I'm extremely fortunate for that. Kelly and I felt safe for the first time. We felt love for the first time. And memories of the past began flooding our mind screen. We began to remember what we were supposed to forget. In Kelly's case, since she had been groomed for espionage from infancy, she had a program in place that she would go into respiratory failure and die with the secrets before she could think to reveal them. This is a programming method that's very common in intelligence these days. When spies used to have to take the old cyanide pill, if they were in a torturous situation and were about to reveal something, that's not necessary anymore. It's automatically they'll either go into respiratory failure or circulatory failure. We look at special forces and they have, quote, no time to bleed, which is a program that's put in on such a deep level. Because when you have sleep, food, and water deprivation in association with trauma, the mind is receptive to accepting information, which when put in on a hypnotic or a harmonic level goes in very, very deep reaches so deep into the subconscious that it can actually influence our breathing and our circulatory system. If we think about that secret that's been suppressed from us, can you imagine what that's going to do for us medically when we realize we have the capacity within us for that kind of healing? It's very significant. It's going to absolutely revolutionize and evolutionize the whole medical community. I'm real excited at the prospect of what can be done with it. But I'm deeply disturbed over the fact that they had the respiratory failure program in place on my daughter. And as soon as she began to remember, she went into respiratory failure. When she went into respiratory failure, she was put in an intensive care unit at Humana Hospital in Anchorage, Alaska, where she would not respond to any conventional medical treatment. But she began to respond to psychological and psychiatric intervention of a psychiatrist who first diagnosed her with multiple personality disorder, as it was still called back then, with active mind control programming. Not everybody's asleep as to the reality of mind control, and my daughter was fortunate that at least someone could see and recognize what was happening to her. I was still completely dissociative of the past. I still didn't know what we were running from, who it was that was firing at us, what was happening and why. I didn't know. I only knew that it was something I better remember real fast for my daughter's sake, as well as our own safety and our own survival. Of course, those memories are in our book, Trance-Formation of America. Kelly, unfortunately, through a series of very criminal events, ended up in the custody of the state of Tennessee, which was a primary abuse base for us during the Reagan-Bush administration. And she was put in through that system that's eroded our justice system so horrible for so long. And the judge presiding over her case was approached by the district attorney, who was very much concerned for Kelly and I. And he told him, he said, "You're in violation of this law, and this law, and this law, and this law." And the judge said, "Laws do not apply in this case for reasons of national security." It's very rare that this is said in open court. It's usually said in closed chambers. This was said in open court with record of it. This opened doors to ultimately on our whole legal situation, but it did not help Kelly or free her from the custody of the state of Tennessee, where she stayed right up until she became of legal age. As fast as she became of legal age, she went into a safe environment that was kind of just a little holding center where we were going to be able to make a profound difference for her, because when she's with me, just my presence triggers memories of the past and what she had been through, the highly influential perpetrators that she's been exposed to, which include George Bush, with proof and evidence, and she's not the only one, and the evidence is overwhelming. And her exposure to George Bush Jr., who at the time of our victimization was learning the ropes and following in Daddy's footsteps and making sure that certain things were in place, not by his own free thought or his own creativity on making sure things were right, but rather by following orders robotically and doing exactly as he was told, which I'm sure he's still doing today. But the fact of the matter remains, my daughter Kelly was exposed to him. So as fast as Kelly had that little peek at freedom, that little peek at being able to maybe hope for a future, George Bush went into office, Jr., supposedly. And it's had a very, very adverse effect on Kelly, and she's not been herself since. And I'm deeply concerned for her welfare and hope that people will wake up and we can make enough of a difference, not only for her, but for so many others that are in the same kind of position under the control of these criminals who continue to run our country right into the New World Order controls. I'm deeply concerned for Kelly's future and whether or not she'll even have one. When Mark and I were speaking out in 1992, we were out in the Marin County area, and a woman, the whole community came out. This was out in Santa Rosa and back then, because of Michael Aquino's influence on the Marin County Daycare Center. The whole community turned out, and it was a very moving event. Our book hadn't even been released at all. We'd been teaching law enforcement and mental health about mind control and that recovery is possible. Back then, I talked to so many psychiatrists who were actually earning educational credits, learning how to recover and what the recovery processes are for the numerous victims that they were seeing coming through their offices. I spoke to so many that I believe I've been looked at by more psychiatrists than anyone ever has, and boy, man, they have really been kept in the dark for a long time. They're beginning to open their eyes to the fact that the information was suppressed through the American Psychiatric Association back when Dr. Ewan Cameron, who worked directly under the CIA, was caught using mind control in Montreal, Canada on patients, was very much instrumental in suppressing pertinent facts on mind-brain function, as well as what mind control was all about, right from the onset. So mental health really, really had a long way to go. They still have a long way to go, but they have since reorganized. They've got some reorganization going on through the International Society for the Study of Dissociation. They've renamed multiple personality disorder to dissociative identity disorder, and it is widely known that recovery from the most horrific robotic forms of mind control is certainly possible. And that was an enormous accomplishment that Mark and I were making back in 1992, as well as to the border guards who were seeing so many mind control slaves hauling cocaine across the border, especially Mexico, and wondering why every time they made an arrest that the whole thing was covered up for so-called reasons of national security. And they wanted some answers too. So we were speaking out to them as well. That was just about all we had done back at that point in time when we ended up in Marin County, speaking to the whole community of people who had turned out to hear what we had to say and to know that hope was a very, very real possibility. Recovery was certainly probable. And there was a woman I'll never forget who came up to me out of the crowd. She had 3 children that were being used in mind control. She had lost 3 children through a corrupt court system because of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino's involvement, the fact that national security was slapped on the whole thing, that Satanism was very much a part of it. And this woman was in her last days of dying from cancer. She had no hair, and she came up and cried, and she said, "I can die in peace now because people will know, and it will help my children." That's a long time ago that woman had that kind of hope and shared my hope for my own daughter, that people would wake up in time. Well, it certainly is time that people wake up. We need to realize not only that aspect, but one other part as well. We hear so much about the aliens and all that are happening, alien mind control and everything else. It's very much used as a trauma base for mind control to render people totally helpless, to feel like they can't make a difference. Realize that mind control extends into this area. Realize that the small handful of criminals in control of our country and our information and our technology have kept it suppressed for so long that when it does come out, it does look alien to all of us. It's the most strong consideration that I would encourage each and every one of you to realize there is no boxed information. There is no easy answer. There is no absolute on any of it. And I'm not saying the aliens don't exist, because it's not that simple. My experience with George Bush included him doing the lizard projection thing, which at that time he actually used a harmonic generator to do it. But why did he choose that theme? Why did he have to do, are they losing their ability? Did they ever have an ability? But are they losing their ability to be able to transform because they're in this physical plane? What is the difference on that? I have a lot of questions. The criminals that I was exposed to talked about aliens and the alien technologies and aspects of it quite frequently, most often in terms of interdimensional aspects and time travel. Oftentimes referring to aliens more as us in the future, technology being from our own future. I don't think that's all of the answer either. Again, it doesn't fit in a box, folks. We've got to expand our minds. Just like I had to expand out of those little compartments in my brain, we all need to expand our thought. I only had in those little compartments my own experience, and that's all I could see while I was under program or carrying out from that little tiny area. It was a narrow, narrow vision. And I see so many people operating through that same narrow vision today, based on what they were told on TV or what they've been educated in school, when in fact so much pertinent information has been suppressed that we need to begin to look beyond what we think we know. Are there lizards? I don't know. It wasn't my experience. But I'm certainly not going to say, I know it all. But I am going to tell you that these criminals oftentimes talked about the transdimensional aspects and the time travel part, and it's something that I think we need to look at and consider, as well as the other possibilities that are out there. They know that if we don't have the answers, we're afraid, and if we're afraid, we're more easily controlled. We have nothing to be afraid of. There's no fear involved in this whatsoever. There's nothing new under the sun. With all that you think you know, and all that I've talked about today, this is just one more piece of a whole overall puzzle of a much bigger picture and a much bigger effort that's happening in our world. But it is our world. And we do have the ability to affect it. It is not beyond our realm to affect. All we need to do is open our eyes and raise awareness. 95% of the people want to be led by 5%. It only takes 3% of that 5% to make a positive difference, not only for my daughter, not only for that woman's children, the woman who is dying of cancer, not only for those in the military, not only for, the poor Vietnam vets that have just longed for understanding for so long, wanted someone to know the horror of what they experienced, the manipulation of the minds. Our school children, what's happening to them in the education system? These are areas that we can affect positive change and move into an area that is going to allow all of us to go into self-healing. Get rid of doctors. Get rid of lawyers. We don't need any of that stuff. We don't need a lawyer to tell us what the truth is. The best lawyers are those who know how to manipulate the minds of the people. So we need to be aware of mind control, how it's affecting society and all of us, and begin to take back control of our world and control of our lives. Spread the word. Thank you very much.
How did you first come to meet Alex Houston?
I came to meet Alex Houston in the mid-'80s when he was introduced to me because he had an idea to put a company together with the People's Republic of China, a joint venture company. And he knew I had State Department connections, and he knew that I had business background, very successful, so he elected to make me the president of the company, and we put this business together, a legitimate business manufacturing capacitor banks for the mining industry. Well, it was the Chinese that told me that Alex Houston was involved in all these nefarious acts, and they did show me hard proof.
Okay, but you were approached by a Chinese intelligence officer who gave you this information. What did he tell you?
The Chinese intelligence officer told me that Alex Houston was involved in child and adult pornography. He was involved in drug running, and he was involved in money laundering for the Central Intelligence Agency, and it went all the way to the White House. Now, he alluded to that woman and her child that were in Mr. Houston's charge, I think his exact words were. He didn't say they were married. He didn't say that they were related or even anything else. He said that they were Alex Houston's charges. I believe were the exact words.
Okay, so you then returned to the U.S. and began to investigate the information you were given about Alex Houston. How did that process begin?
After about a week, I think, of thinking about it, I went ahead and began to reconnect with some people who were still active within military intelligence. Two people I met in a restaurant in Clarksville, Tennessee, that were attached to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They were CIA. I met with them. And these men told me, basically, that what I had heard in China was most likely true. And that they didn't personally know Alex Houston, but they knew exactly what I was talking about. And that I had, in fact, bumped into something that I couldn't do anything about. I asked them if they could please steer me in the direction of someone who could help Cathy and her daughter break free mentally of their CIA mind control existence. They told me that they would look into it, but it was too risky, in essence, that I need to look somewhere else. Why didn't I contact one of my other friends? And they had told me all they could tell me. It was at that point that I began to believe that there were plenty of good psychiatrists and psychologists, particularly the ones that have engaged in research in mind control that I knew of, like UCLA's Jolene West and others, that I thought could be a possible help in helping me get Cathy and her daughter into therapy, because my intentions were to go back to China. I had no intentions of staying in the United States. During this week period of time, I discovered that my bank accounts had been pilfered.
So did you think that the action on your accounts was due to what you knew about Cathy and her daughter?
At the time that my bank accounts were just suddenly disappearing, I really, the only way I could do anything was to surmise that Cathy O'Brien might be the reason that my accounts disappeared, because I knew about her. And I had inquired as to the validity of the charges that the Chinese had given me about Alex Houston and what he was doing.
Okay, so now you're starting to believe that Cathy and her daughter are being kept under mind control by Alex Houston. Why didn't you just rescue them?
Quite honestly, I didn't really know how to get her out of there. I didn't know how to trigger her out of her existence because I didn't know what her programs were. However, I did have one person who had worked in a capacity to where this individual did know codes, keys, and triggers. And he told me, he said the most common trigger used by the CIA at that level on individuals, whether they be military or whether they be civilian, is the voice of God. And I said, what? And he said, use the voice of God. I said, what does God sound like? And he said, just call her on the telephone and tell her you're God. And I said, yeah, right. What else do I tell her? He said, I'll get back with you. He called me back in a number of hours and explained to me that I was to give her a Bible scripture. And that was Psalms 37:37. Well, I had some knowledge of the Bible. I went and looked at that Bible scripture, and it said, Mark the perfect man. I thought, this is ludicrous. So I called her up as the voice of God, and I told her to read Psalms 37:37 and meet this man at the Burger King restaurant in Goodlettsville, Tennessee at such a time, on such a day, which was actually the following day. I went to the Burger King really not expecting to see this woman. She walks in with a plastic smile, great big eyes, and she comes in and she looks at me as though I'm from off the planet, and she said, God sent me to you.
Were you able to discern from your past work that she was in a trance?
There was no question. There was no question as to Cathy's mental condition at that time, because that was the first time that I'd had the opportunity to sit down with her one-on-one without anybody else being around and literally ask her some questions in a literal mode and test her level of suggestibility and determine that she was indeed under someone else's mind-controlled influence. Now, who that person was, at that point in time, I did not know, other than Alex Houston.
So at this point, you orchestrated an intermediary rescue of Cathy and her daughter. What was Houston's reaction?
I called him up, or he called me, I'm sorry. Alex Houston called me and said, have you talked to Cathy? I said, no. I said, I really don't talk with Cathy. He said, well, she's gone. I said, well, I wouldn't have any way of knowing. And he said, well, I can't understand it. I mean, she's gone. She's taken my VCR. And at that point in time, I was just about to fall on the floor because I just lost $2 million, and he's complaining about a VCR. And I don't know why. It's still funny to this day. He was complaining about all these little things that she took out of the house, which absolutely was nothing. She took nothing, amounted to anything, except some medical equipment for her daughter and his VCR.
So what made you guys finally have to leave Tennessee?
After 2 or 3 months of taking care of my business and trying to get my money back and et cetera, I ran into another problem. This same deputy called me up and told me the sheriff of my county wanted to see me. I went to see the sheriff, and the sheriff told me, he said, Mark, I don't know what you're into. It has something to do with that woman that's in your house. I said, well, what are you talking about? He said, you know that we work very closely with the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He said, someone from the FBI in the Nashville, Tennessee office came into this office and told me that you were scheduled for a hit by the CIA. I said, well, now that's their job to stop this. I said, CIA's not supposed to be operating on domestic soil, according to the Constitution. He said, Mark, I don't want to hear any of this. I want you to get out of my county. I want you to leave now. I don't care where you go. Just get out of my county. I said, well, I have a house here. I have property here. He said, sell it and leave. Give it away. Just leave it. Abandon it. Do whatever you need to do. But you're going to leave. I said, what, are you threatening me? He said, no, I'm begging you. Please leave.
After leaving Tennessee, you went to find some of your old spook friends in Nevada, but they weren't much help. Talk about what you did after that.
After being sorely disappointed in Nevada and told that I had just got on the back of the tiger, that was what they told me. They said, now you're on the back of the tiger. You're going to ride that tiger until it falls. Because if you get off, it'll eat you alive, and there's nothing anybody can do. You have far, far outstepped your even common logic. I said, well, what should I do? They said, if I were you, I would go some remote place on this planet and act like you weren't ever coming back. Well, at that point in time, I came back and told Cathy, I said, I'm going to take you to the top of the world. Well, that meant that she would have an overview of all the bad people, but she wouldn't be exposed to them. She said, the top of the world? Where is that? I said, it's far, far, far from here. It's in the cold, icy, frigid north. She said, well, I came from Michigan and it's cold, or something to that effect. And I said, well, you'll love this place. It's not as cold as Michigan, even though it's far, far north of it. She said, where? And I studied her face, and I realized that there was a very good chance that neither one was going to make it there alive. So I said, I'm taking you to Alaska. I used to work there. I know everybody, and there's only 2 ways in that place. Actually, there's 3. Air, sea, and 1 road. Everybody gets their picture taken. I thought, at least, I've got some friends in the intelligence community that will dispose of whoever kills me after they do it. I was absolutely convinced that my chances of survival were 1 in a million at that point. I had nothing to lose. Everything in my life had been destroyed, it seemed like overnight, even though it took months.
So what was the process of you deprogramming her?
The process of deprogramming is really the person, you don't deprogram anybody, the person deprograms himself. You establish that they're safe, not only in reality but in their mind. You establish a trust bond between the 2 of you. In this case, it was absolute trust, because she was seeing that I had lost everything, that I had been a very successful businessman before, and all of a sudden nothing. I'm driving around in a Pacer. There's any number of things that were, obvious to even somebody in her condition. So it took about 9 months of her writing out her memories, and then me taking those memories, holding them 3 weeks, letting her look at them, and if she remembered them, fine. If she didn't remember them, actually I tossed them in the trash, because in retrospect I did the right thing.
Okay, before we get any further, I just want you to explain the whole concept of harmonics and how Cathy was programmed using tones and then what you call triggers.
Everything on this planet vibrates at a different rate. Absolutely everything, even on a cellular level. What we're looking at here is the effect of changing that vibration at the brainstem. And once that's done, once that's understood, which is clearly understood now, we can begin to understand how to control the mind of an individual externally by simply changing the vibration at the brainstem. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous science, because the brainstem can be damaged by combinations of harmonics. Cathy related to it as harmonic hell, and it was the sound, she claimed, of 2 rusty ships rubbing and scrubbing in the night. Well, I know this is when she described it, it was one of those things she could not possibly have known, because I was sworn to secrecy not to ever divulge that information, even though it was just describing a tone. Well, every word that you and I are saying is a combination of tones. And if we learn how to control the modulation of those tones, we can actually affect someone's subconscious. And this has been known since the 40s.
In the case of Cathy O'Brien, how would they create triggers in her memory that would then help them in some form of either sexual or espionage endeavor?
Well, quite easily, because you must remember that someone like Cathy O'Brien, or anyone who's exposed to repetitious trauma prior to age 5, has an extraordinary high suggestibility level. They're very literal. Like she was telling me that she went into a place in the back of the White House that it said, "Serve us entranced." And I'm going, that's absurd in my own mind, but I'm not saying anything to her. And then all of a sudden, while sitting and going over my notes far away from her, I write it out and it says service entrance. That is the literal mind. She was told this is serve us entranced. So the next step, of course, was to see if she could remember or write out the name or person or persons who were responsible for delivering that message. Because what that actually did act as a trigger. Because she had been pre-programmed with the word entranced and serve us. Okay? In serve us of her country is the way she was taught.
What was your reaction to her when she started talking about major, like the president? Well,
my reaction to Cathy's first information was, in spite of all that had happened, was disbelief. First of all, I had never been exposed to the phenomena of pedophilia or adults having sex with children. It didn't equate in my mind. I knew that it was obvious, and I had studied all the Hemmer stuff, and I knew that it existed, but I didn't relate to it. And to be naming top people in Washington all the way to the presidency, including George Bush, I had a great deal of difficulty because I met George Bush, and I knew a lot of these people. I thank God didn't know Bird. However, I did know a lot of the people she was mentioning. Not personally, but I had met them at parties or had been inaugurations or whatever. And more or less in my mind, I had an acquaintance with them.
So you were shocked?
I was shocked. I was in a state of shock that I could not relate to what she was saying, nor could I believe that it was all true. I thought it might be some screen memory or something that was planted memory to destroy her credibility. And at that point in time, the only proofs that I had was on Alex Houston and some operations with NASA and some events that were very specific to her victimization that occurred in the state of Alabama and Tennessee and in Michigan. That's all I had.
What did you do with the stuff that you thought was provable?
I took those memories that she had recovered and the details, the maps, everything that she handed me, and I turned it over to people that I knew within federal law enforcement, not FBI, federal law enforcement, and I'll tell you one of them was Customs. I turned it over to them, and they in turn provided me with enough substantiation and proofs that I could prosecute. But nowhere at any time did anybody tell me that what she was recovering as far as memory goes on George Bush or any of these other things could have any plausible reality. So I really didn't focus on those at that time. It wasn't until after we got back that I had an opportunity to reconnect with some of my former associates and people within the intelligence community and validate the fact that some of these people are engaged in those atrocious things.
Now, where was Kelly at this point?
While we were in Alaska and Kelly was safe, she started beginning to have memory flashes. And she went into respiratory failure. So we took her to Humana Hospital. And the diagnosis there, they could not find any biological reason for her respiratory failure. So they brought in a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist was state appointed. The psychiatrist had seen many mind control cases because of the Air Force Base up there and because of, espionage being launched out of Anchorage in that area for years. When this doctor, Patrick was her name, a psychiatrist for the state, evaluated Kelly, she wrote in Kelly's medical documents, as published in the book, that Kelly was a victim of mind control. That was the first time anyone had validated that on paper that was not connected to us or anybody that I knew. And she reported in that, further reported in that medical statement that Cathy had been a victim and that she was in the process of recovering from a dissociative identity disorder. Now, Cathy had never been officially diagnosed, because if she'd been officially diagnosed at that point in time, she could never have appeared in court. So I never allowed her to have official diagnosis. It was a safety factor, a legal thing.
So now what happens with Kelly?
Well, Kelly went into the hospital and she never came out.
Just to go back for a minute, Kelly was suffering from respiratory failure due to her programming. Can you just explain how it was used to keep her away from Cathy?
The programming, again, was, the same as Cathy's, except Cathy's was digestive, Kelly's was respiratory. And respiratory is the most common programming used to kill spies who are captured.
So how did the programming play out with Kelly? How did they use it against Kelly?
Kelly went into what is known as an asthmatic attack. She doesn't actually have asthma, but she would go into a complete asthmatic attack, turn blue, stop breathing, and she'd have to be rushed into the hospital after just a few minutes in her mother's company. So it became so horrible for Cathy, because she loves her daughter and she wanted to help her and she wanted to give her comfort. because her daughter had already been through hell all her life, and then now she's being raised in an institution. Not even one institution. She's been bounced around all over the place.
Explain what happened when you guys returned to Tennessee and tried to regain custody of Kelly.
So the state of Tennessee, when they took custody of Kelly, when she'd been transferred from the Kentucky facility, we began to fight our case. And when we brought our evidences into the court, Cathy was charged $2 million in child support. This was quite a surprise, but not a surprise. We knew that they were going to use this to keep Cathy away from her daughter, because they knew Cathy would have to flee. She couldn't have to pay $2 million or go to jail. Well, the district attorney happened to be someone of extraordinary ethics for that particular court. And he stood up and he said, "Your Honor, you're violating every law that I know of." And the judge said in open court, "Laws do not apply in this case for reasons of national security." He said it in front of court watchers. He said it in front of about 8 or 9 lawyers, in addition to people that who knows who they were. They were sitting in the courtroom.
And what's the significance of...
The significance of it is simply this. That judge, in essence, saved our lives, because he absolutely said publicly that the United States government was responsible for covering up this case. And even though he didn't have to state why, and we weren't allowed to present our evidences, we knew at that point in time that we could not prosecute our case in any state, federal, criminal or civil court. The 1947 National Security Act I had worked under for years. I knew exactly every tenet in it. So I told Cathy, when she was crying and crying when she left the courtroom, she said, "There is no justice." I said, "You just got the greatest form of justice that I know of." And I'm still, my ears are ringing with what that judge said.
How do you define justice in this case? Has it been granted, and what are you guys going for?
The only justice that Cathy and I have been able to see is our ability to exercise our First Amendment rights. Since that judge invoked the National Security Act in open court, it allowed us to self-publish our book, which was in essence not even a book, and I still don't call it a book. It's a documentary of what happened to Cathy that we can prove, and what happened to Kelly that we can prove, and what happened to me after I rescued him.
Have people outside of your circle of friends been given copies of the book?
Every person in Washington, we sent over 1,100 certified mailings well before the book was ever published of the contents in Trance-Formation of America. That was done over a 2-year period of time, about a 3-year period of time, from 91 to 94. In 95, we thought we were going to be able to address the House Intelligence Select Committee on Intelligence Oversight. It was in April of 95 when we were turned down the last time. Our lawyer, who's a federal lawyer, advised us on good advice to take that portion of the documentation that we had, which was quite extensive, and we actually sent to Washington to well over 1,000 people in both houses of Congress, within the Pentagon. I mean, every single one. The reason that they're mentioned in that book is because I didn't want anybody coming back and say, "Well, if you just contacted me, we could have fixed this." But no, you just broke this law, this law, this law. I said, "Cathy, we're not going to leave any stone unturned." So we sent them out.
Let's start off like just, when you put your book out, how did you expect people to respond to it?
When we put the book out, we put it out for the Congressional Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and it wasn't meant for the mainstream public. We had hoped that by taking the information to Congress that we'd be able to bring about some changes that way, overcome the 1947 National Security Act. When that didn't happen, it did start going hand to hand to different people throughout the country, and it was never publicized properly. So I never really anticipated any kind of a response, because I knew it was pretty much out of the realm of most people's point of reference. A lot of people didn't have a point of reference for it, especially back in 1995. A lot more have a point of reference for it today. But so I never really anticipated a response, and I certainly didn't expect a warm one.
Can you just talk about the criminal environment you were living in, your father was selling to, and how he supplemented the family income?
My father supplemented the family income with the proceeds from child pornography, which was being sold through the local Michigan Mafia child pornography ring. It was well established and was being sanctioned by a criminal faction of the government that was targeting children like myself for mind control. The dissociative disorder that I suffered from was something that any child that was being used in pornography would have, and is a strong basis for mind control.
Do you think your parents, I mean, obviously later you were into a high-tech realm of programming. Do you think your parents had any idea that they were in fact programming you for something?
They did when my father sold me into MK Ultra. He was aware on all levels of what it was about and exactly what it was for, what it would entail, and he would say, even way back then, he'd say things like, spies are made, not born, and so he knew that I would have to be made, and he'd been taught how to raise me in the project according to conditioning me with childhood themes and continuing abuse and taking me to certain places according to the instructions of the political people that were directing his actions.
How did your life change once you became part of the program?
Once I became part of the program, my free thought began eroding more and more at a pretty rapid rate through extreme traumas like occult trauma.
Well, talk about, in your own way, how you interpret the clinical effect of trauma on the brain.
When trauma occurs, the brain actually compartmentalizes the memory of the event so the rest of the mind can function normally. And since the dissociative disorder is defined as the mind's sane defense to trauma too horrible to comprehend, the occultism was certainly too horrible to comprehend, as was the incest and the sexual abuse. So it was actually creating more compartments in my mind, and the more compartments that were created, the less of me there was. And then pretty soon I was just operating with no conscious awareness of what had happened before, what was going to happen, and I began living only in the moment and operating on a subconscious level, which left me highly suggestible to where I would do exactly what I was told to do rather than think to go do something on my own.
Your dad had a 6th grade education. He wasn't incredibly intelligent. Was he able to control all these compartments?
My father didn't have to control all the compartments in my brain. He would take me to Mackinac Island, Michigan, which is where the Michigan governor's mansion is located, and that was one area where I was subjected to a more high-tech level of mind manipulation, and where I eventually met who'd be my owner in MK Ultra Mind Control, U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Once Senator Byrd became my owner, he directed my programming to be on a much more sophisticated level to U.S. military bases and NASA installations throughout the United States.
How has your father benefited from this program?
When my father was first approached by Gerald Ford, he was earning his living as a worm digger, and he had a 6th grade education, and he wasn't a real intelligent or ambitious type person, and he didn't have the kind of drive and self-esteem that would take him any further, except for the fact that by the time I was 13 and Senator Byrd became my owner in MK Ultra, Senator Byrd was head of U.S. Senate Appropriations for many, many years, and he decided where money would be appropriated, and when my father sold me into the project, he received lucrative military contracts that worked in a parts manufacturing camshafts for military vehicles, and ultimately made him extremely wealthy just because of selling his children into the project.
You talk about Robert C. Byrd becoming your owner. When was the first time that you were told of this?
Well, I knew that Senator Byrd was my owner, like the first time that I was with him, I knew that he would be my owner. I didn't think of him so much as an owner as someone who was directing my activities from that point. He would decide where I would be taken and when, who would be my handlers. Of course, my father was my handler until I became of legal age. At 18, my handler was Wayne Cox, as appointed by Senator Byrd. Senator Byrd wanted Wayne Cox to be my handler because he was already involved in government operations, especially where mercenaries were concerned, where the CIA covert operations were concerned, and he was also a part of an extreme trauma base. Senator Byrd wanted more compartments created in my mind through the severity of the trauma that I did experience with Wayne Cox.
Let's talk about going to Washington, and where would you meet Byrd, and how would he talk to you? Is it different than a normal person?
Well, Senator Byrd never talked to me like a friend or someone that he talked to me more like an object or a possession or a chess piece to be moved around in a game wherever he decided. An example of how I would get to Washington, D.C. would be that my next handler and final handler in MK Ultra Mind Control was Alex Houston. Alex Houston is a ventriloquist stage hypnotist in the country music industry. The country music industry provided a cover or a means of traveling to the various military and NASA installations and in and out of the Caribbean, across the United States, and into Washington, D.C.
How was Houston's identity in the country music scene used to facilitate your role in the program?
When Alex Houston would be booked into certain areas, they were always done according to the different operations that I would be used in and right close to the vicinity, so that I would be sure to be available for whatever operations or perversions I was going to be used in. For example, going into Washington, D.C., then I would be taken to the Smithsonian Institute and would stand in a strategic place where I was supposed to meet whoever my contact was that would escort me into the White House. So whether it be Park Service or Secret Service, somebody would come over and get me to take me into the White House. And I would stand at the Wizard of Oz, ruby slippers and the witch's hat. Or they had this face-changing booth in there that was also a part of programming. Whatever was already attached to my programming, it would already, when I saw it, it would trigger me into a trance. So I'd be standing there in trance when my contacts would come to take me into the White House. We'd go across the mall or the lawn, the park, whatever term you want to call it, over to the White House, go in the service entrance of the White House that was kind of around the side, and said service entrance on it meant serve us in trance to me.
You write extensively about your visits to Reagan after being prostituted by Byrd. Can you explain how that got started?
Senator Byrd wanted to have a closer association with Ronald Reagan, so I was brought into a White House party, and I met Ronald Reagan while he was president, and I was to be used in different operations. So Ronald Reagan already knew that I would be used that way, but also knew that I had been used in pornography, which he was very much interested in, and was very interested in the use of pornography on a covert level where it would actually compromise certain government leaders.
There's different tools they would use, obviously, when they're in mind control. What's one of the, there's obviously codes, keys, and triggers, but is there other forms of tools that are used commonly in mind control?
Stun guns were the most commonly used form of trauma for mind control, and it was a tool that could be used outside of the major programming centers to drop me, to transport me into different places, to compartmentalize memory. It was used by various escorts. My handler, predominantly Alex Houston, used a stun gun all the time. It was used by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino of the Psychological Warfare Division, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he was the founder of the Occult Temple set.
We'll go into that separately. What kind of effect is long-term effects do the stun guns leave on people?
The stun guns result in a weakening of the skin where they hit, and it creates either moles eventually will rise up from it, or there will be little white holes that never really tan, and there's red spots that come from it.
If you were walking on the street or looking at, say, porn magazines, would you be able to identify people who had prod marks?
Before harmonics were used so strongly, the prod marks were heavily used to the point where ever the stun gun prod marks would be raised up on a person, and strategic places would be indicative of the form of operation that they were to be used in. For example, the ones that were located on the left side of the face was usually indicative of some kind of message delivery or a photographic recording that could be going on by the program person. The ones on the throat were indicative of sex programming, oral sex programming. The different places where they were located were clear indicators to people in the know what kind of mode of operation I was working in.
What would you say was the most traumatic thing you endured during your exposure to the mind control program?
The most traumatic thing that I ever endured was not being able to protect my daughter. And it was always a trauma base for me. It was an extreme trauma base because it went against my maternal instincts. Everything that I had hoped for as a child, everything that I am inside to want to love her and protect her and take good care of her and give her a wonderful and safe environment, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't think to do that.
What was the nature of Kelly's exposure to the project?
Kelly was born into the project on a level where she was subjected to high-tech mind control programming on a harmonic level, literally from birth.
In the book, you described Kelly as having an abnormally high level of intelligence for her age. How did her programming differ from yours?
I developed compartmentalization from trauma. She developed it from the harmonics, which actually vibrates the neuron pathways instead of having the trauma create the compartmentalization. So since she had that so early on, she was also receptive to anything that was put in there and would photographically remember it when triggered open, and that would include this incredible vocabulary that she had at such an early age.
So where would this high-tech programming take place?
Fort Campbell, Kentucky was another place where she was exposed to the most sophisticated levels of mind control programming. They had all the equipment and capability already established there for military special forces. It's where the 101st Airborne is trained, and it's where she was being programmed just right after birth because we'd already been transferred to Nashville by that time.
When Mark was freeing you, freeing your mind, how did it start to occur? Like, did memories just start flying out of your head? What was it like?
When Mark first rescued Kelly and I, he took us to the safety and serenity of Alaska, which it was so peaceful and so beautiful. We weren't being abused. We were safe for the first time. We knew love. And as a result, it's a natural phenomena that that a person would begin to remember little bits and pieces. Besides, we were in extreme danger. We had a lot of problems. Mark's bank accounts had been cleared out. We'd received a lot of threats because of something that I couldn't remember. As a matter of fact, I became aware that I didn't know what had happened to over 10 years of my life at all. I had no recollection at all, totally amnesic. I even thought I was still 24 years old when I was actually 30 years old. So those things all lent to the very beginning of beginning to remember. And as I began to remember, Mark taught me a method that was very effective to recall what's incomprehensible. Since the disorder that I had was resulting from trauma too horrible to comprehend, it had to be made comprehensible in order to take those walls down in my mind and take the compartmentalization down. So in order for it to be comprehensible, the best way was to deal with it logically. Emotionally, there's no place for the kind of horror that my daughter and I experienced, but logically, I began to understand, and the logic was accessed by writing out my memories. The when a person moves a pen, the logic portion of their brain is what actually controls the pen, so automatically the memory is shifted over to logic and comes out on paper, and it's a very, very safe and easy way of being able to remember what was actually photographically recorded.
How did Kelly respond to Mark?
She loved Mark very, very much. She still loves Mark very, very much. She felt safe with him. He wasn't abusing her. He was obviously loving. The animals loved him, and that had a profound effect on her as well. Kelly has a strong love for animals, and since we couldn't think, our senses were heightened, like a blind person's hearing is accentuated. Our senses were heightened to where we had senses like an animal and knew that he was good, and the animals loved him, and it was just, it had a profound effect on Kelly. She knew that goodness did exist in the world, that animals could be safe in places, that love was available, and that has given her a lot of hope for returning to a normal life once she receives her last bit of technological rehabilitation that she so desperately needs.
Big hand to Roseann Barr.
I thank you all so much for coming. I think I won't be up here long. You're going to hear really important and interesting and, like, you know, life-affirming, life-changing things tonight, if you're paying attention at all. And I just wanted to say it's so cool that this church had us and has allowed us to come here, because I don't know, it's just so cool that truth is being spoken in a church. It's like a first. It's like a miracle is what it is. I got to tell you, I feel the Spirit moving me, because I mean, I do. I feel the Spirit. I feel the Spirit of the Most High thing on earth, which is the truth. And this is exactly where it should be spoken, is in places that are big multi-million-dollar monuments to supposed truth, but really aren't, have nothing to do with it. It seems like have more to do with suppressing the truth than bringing the truth. But boy, what a great night this is. And for me, you know, it's a great night for me because this is my Sabbath. Friday night is my Sabbath. I have my own religion. I made it up all myself. And it really is a good thing. And what I did was I just combined everything good out of every religion into one thing, and all the teachings of every religion, because I figured, well, if people have a need to hear something holy or to believe in something holy, well, that's pretty cool that they have that impulse at all. But in order to hear something holy, there's got to exist something holy. That's where we're having a little bit of an issue. But I just think that if we all pull together, we could really come up with some holy truths, and then if we could say them in the churches and even in the streets or anywhere, I just still have hope that alone would make a lot of changes and a lot of positive changes for all humanity, because there isn't nothing higher than the truth, and truth is the truth. And you know, in truth, of course, I'm talking about scientific truth. That's what also should be in these churches, but isn't, is kept out. There's just so many paradoxes. There's just so many things. This is what mind control does to us. It seems to start at a church level, too, for most of us. But mind control, man, a lot of people left the church because, you know, they kind of got wise to a lot of the happenings inside the church, which have to do a lot with, you know, horrific child abuse, pedophilia, money laundering, and blah, blah, political action committees, all the horrible things. But, you know, that there is something holy in the world called truth, and that has data to back it up, is pretty fantastic. That it exists at all is fantastic. That you can stand in the heat of it and just feel its warmth and just feel how the more of it you take in, the stronger you get. And somewhere along the way, I kind of got addicted to truth because I was like, man, you know, once you get the taste of what it feels like to speak it, even in private, after having been denied the right to do so for a long time, you kind of get addicted to it. You kind of like it. You kind of want more of it all the time. And I want more and more of it. I love standing in it. I know that people who tell the truth, like, people hate people who tell them the truth. I know that. I've kind of learned that along the way. People, they really hate your guts if you tell the truth and stuff. And, oh, they say they love truth sayers and truth tellers, but they really only like you after you've been dead about 400 years. And mostly if you died in a horrible, torturous way for telling the truth, then they kind of like you for being a truth teller, like, you know, a few hundred years after you're dead. But I don't care. I think about that a lot, and I think about, like, why don't you just stay home? You know, why don't you just shut up for a while and knit or something? You can have a real good life, I say to myself. You can have a real comfortable life. You can have parties, and you could, like, make movies, and you could go back on TV, and you could do, like, fun stuff. But, you know, I'd rather be part of truth. I don't know. I'm mentally ill or something. I don't know. It feels real good. I just trust that it's the greatest high and the greatest thing, and it is God. To me, it is God. It is God, and I will have no gods before it. And I am just so honored and to say, first of all, Dr. Lois Lee, you are like the bravest person. The fact that you exist and that I walk the earth with you is so humbling to me. You're a hero among heroes. You're the bravest woman in the world. I love you. You do good work. You do good work no matter what. You stand in the truth no matter what. God bless you. I want to say to Julia and Christine, God bless you too. God loves lesbians and gays, I tell you that. In my religion, God has some good taste. And Dr. Colin Ross, you're a hero among heroes. Oh my God, you're just such a fantastic person and so brave that you took on everything that's like pushed under in this country, which to me goes back to, like, you know, the Nazis who came to America and took over our country and are doing a pretty damn good job of winning. But Dr. Russ, you stood there and you exposed it all, and you continue to do so. And you know, I'm just awed to know you, Dr. Ross, and you're just a great person, and God bless you. And God bless Mark Phillips. Thanks for all that you've done too. You're a brave man, and you know that I know how brave you are. I just want you to know that I know how brave you are, and I'm glad to know you. And Cathy O'Brien, am I introducing Cathy, aren't I? Oh, who am I bringing up? Dr. Lois Lee. Okay, but let me just say, Cathy O'Brien, I love you. You are so fun. You are so fun, and you still have, they didn't get it, you know, they didn't get it in you, and they didn't get it in me. They didn't get the kid part that knows everything anyway, and I love the way you speak from that kid truth, and, you know, just God bless you, and what an honor it is to know you. And let me bring up, like, this woman is just, she just kicks butt. I know we're not supposed to swear because it's church. But she kicks butt. Dr. Lois Lee.
Well, thanks so much for inviting me here, and thanks so much all of you for coming. I'm going to base what I have to say here on the motto of one of the great law enforcement officers of all time, which is Sergeant Joe Friday. And his motto was, just the facts, man. So what I'm going to give you is just the facts. Little quick synopsis of the absolutely documented, objective, real history of CIA military mind control experimentation, most of it done by psychiatrists, psychologists. And this for sure is just the declassified tiny tip of the iceberg, but it's definitely is fact, and it's definitely stranger than fiction. And since I'm the only person who has slides tonight, you got to watch my slide the whole time. These are the two books that I've written on the subject of CIA military mind control. And this is my contact information for anybody who wants to email or has a question and so on. So before I get into the facts, I want to tell you a story that's obviously preposterous and impossible. Just to give you, here's the facts at this end, here's the impossible and the preposterous at this end. And this is clearly a false memory story which couldn't possibly be true. So a woman alleged that she was employed at the University of Minnesota as a research assistant to one of the professors, and that this professor had given her a dose of LSD and made her sit in a specially constructed room that was entirely lined with leaves. There was leaves glued to the wall. And she alleged that this happened under a nationally funded research grant in the 1960s in full public view at the University of Minnesota. And she alleged that the LSD resulted in a bad trip and she had to be treated in the emergency department. So if this woman came to a court of law, many psychiatrists and psychologists would testify that this is obviously impossible, preposterous, not real, no such thing ever happened. Well, take a look at the next slide. This is the Ames Leaf Room, developed by Dr. Ames on contract to the Office of Naval Research. The Ames Leaf Room was used in experiments at the University of Minnesota conducted by Dr. Amedeo Marazzi on contract to the Air Force Office of Scientific Research. And this is one of his papers, and in the paper, on the first page, it says that it was funded by the office of the Air Force Office of Scientific Research. So these are facts. And this is a picture, actually from a different paper, of another subject in the Ames Leaf Room. And he's sitting here. He has levers here that he can control with his hand. And in some of the experiments, the subjects were wearing special goggles with lenses called anisoconic lenses, which distorted all the angles. So when they're sitting in the Ames Leaf Room, one wall's going this way, the floor's going this way, nothing meets up and makes any sense. So they would be in the Ames Leaf Room wearing anisoconic lenses while on hallucinogenic doses of LSD. And this guy is controlling these knobs to make this bar at the end of the leaf room appear to him to be horizontal. The conclusion from this research was that when you're high on LSD, wearing anisoconic lenses, your perception is distorted. But Amedeo Marazzi was not an amusing gentleman. He was a contractor at the Army Chemical Corps at Edgware Arsenal, and he studied many different types of compounds for mind control, to cause derangements of the mind. He was contracted to the military, and the military was conducting this research not to figure out how to treat medical disorders, but how to conduct interrogations, drag information out of people, and erase memories. This is a photograph, and there's the web page at the bottom here. Somebody emailed to me, and I went to the web page where the photograph is posted. And this is a little girl, according to the photograph, this is unverified, who participated in a CIA mind control program called MK Ultra. Now, whether or not this photograph is staged or real, this is a picture of the kind of documented experiments that were done under MK Ultra and related programs, where people were kept in bed for weeks or months at a time, given extremely high doses of electric shock. One woman I interviewed, whose medical records I have, who successfully sued the Canadian government and was reimbursed for the damages, from May to September 1965, she had 103 electric shock treatments. Each electric shock treatment, the button was pushed 6 times instead of once. So she had the equivalent of 600 shock treatments in a period of months, which permanently erased all memory from age 25 back. When I interviewed her in the 1990s, she was a very pleasant, normal, gifted, engaging, entertaining, lovely woman who still could remember nothing from age 25 back. These experiments were conducted at the university in Montreal, McGill University, which at the time was really the leading university in Canada, on contract to the Canadian government and to the CIA. And the purpose of the experiments, obviously, is to figure out how to wipe out somebody's memories permanently if they know things that you don't want them to know. This is just a quick listing of the main declassified projects, which started in the early 50s. Bluebird and Artichoke were actually signed into existence by the director of the CIA in April of 1950, 3 months before the start of the Korean War. So the idea that we only got into this in a reactive defensive kind of mode based on what the North Korean and Communist Chinese were doing to our pilots is complete lie, complete disinformation, impossible, not true. So there's a whole series of these projects, and these are just their names. The names sometimes have some specific meaning and sometimes apparently don't. M.K. Naomi was named after the secretary of one of the guys in the CIA. And the prefix M.K. apparently designates the division of the CIA that ran these experiments. So there's many of them, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. But they all stop in terms of declassified documents in the early 1970s. All the programs running from then till now are still classified. Was this just some mad scientist in a basement somewhere? This is just a little quick sampling of the institutions that were funded under Bluebird, Artichoke, MKUltra, and other related programs, almost all of them at the top secret clearance level. So these are not obscure institutions. These are the top medical schools and universities in the country. This is a network of doctors who are presidents of the American Psychiatric Association, editors of leading journals, editors of leading books. It's the grandfathers of psychiatry. It's pervasive, it's institutionalized, it's structured, and it involves all the leaders of American psychiatry for the entire second half of the 20th century. Eli Lilly Company is the manufacturers of Prozac. At the end of the talk, there'll be a multiple choice exam that I'll be giving. One of the questions.
Okay, so after the program, you can definitely pick up. Our next speaker is a gentleman who's a native of Nashville, Tennessee. For nearly 30 years, he was a highly successful marketing and advertising executive for 2 airlines and a medical equipment manufacturing company. While he lacks the published academic credentials as a scholar, professional writer, or mental health physician, he is recognized internationally, that's around the world, by mental health and law enforcement professionals as a credible authority on the secret science concerning external control of the mind. Throughout his career, he has held a DoD, that's Department of Defense, for those who don't know, issued top secret security clearance as he was exposed to various classified behavioral modification projects. Mark Phillips was required to sign an oath of secrecy. To this day, he's restricted by sedition laws from revealing certain specific, still classified details that directly relates to his employment. What he's going to tell you today is unclassified, correct? Okay. Welcome, Mark Phillips, everybody. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, and a special thanks to Julia Jecker and KPFK and each and every one of you that has communicated with someone else to get someone else out here tonight. I have special thanks very deep in my heart to Roseann Barr and Dr. Colin Ross, who I have admired since the early 90s when we met in his office. His work has been unique among all the psychiatrists and psychologists that I've had the good fortune of meeting around the world. Dr. Ross's work stands out as unique. He has taken on something that would, in essence, destroy the career of most psychiatrists. However, he knew that this information had to come forth, and it had to come forth from someone with academic credentials. I lacked those academic credentials. My experience was firsthand. And what Dr. Ross outlined for you all tonight in his presentation were some of the doctors, and some of them I know and knew very well. I was not aware of some of the things that Dr. Ross was outlining that they were doing, and while others later on I was aware. Briefly, in 1966, when the Vietnam War was heating up, I was not that good of a student, and I knew that I was going to be drafted. And I really didn't want to become cannon fodder. However, I was very fortunate, and cutting straight to it, I applied for a job as an engineer, and I'm not a math guy. I applied for a job as an engineer working for the Ampex Corporation out of Redwood City, California. And ironically enough, out of hundreds of candidates, because that job was something of an unusual job, it would get you a deferment because you would be serving your country without having to go over and have your head blown off. I was accepted. And for the first 6 months of my job, I didn't have a job. I went through batteries of psychological tests 3 times a week by as many as 5 different doctors. Some were psychiatrists, some were psychologists, and I'm sure that the names that I had, not one of them was real. I began to see the pattern in the questions that they were asking. And then one of them confided in me. He said, you know, of course, since 1952, Mark, the United States government, though computers were very primitive, if even existent at that time, they nevertheless kept track of all of the children enrolled in public schools that had either special needs or they had special talents. And my special talent was I couldn't talk. And it was not from lack of vocal cords. It was the fact that I stuttered so horribly that I just gave up. This was something that the government became very interested in because I lived in my head until I was about 16. And I was fortunate to get some speech therapy and learn how to talk. So the government recruited me. And what I saw over the next couple of decades and a half was not really anything that would turn the stomach of any person in this room. As a matter of fact, you would have been proud, most likely, to have had the opportunity to have been in the position that I was in. I worked at some of those places. Tulane. And when he mentioned Emory, I was on the Emory campus. I was on the part of where the Yerkes Primate Center was. I wasn't in the other part that Dr. Ross was referring to. I never saw that part. I went over to the CDC. Can you imagine wanting to go to the CDC because they had really good lunches? They really did. I was working at the Yerkes Primate Center. I was working in state and federal penitentiaries. My job really in the very beginning was nothing more than a bag man. Ampex was providing the equipment and the videotape, and they were videotaping experiments, behavioral modification experiments. They were taking incorrigible prisoners, people with brain damage, and using a psychological and electrochemical approach, no high voltage to the brain, very low voltage, if at all. And there were some chemicals used, and it altered the people's brain chemistry to where they became normalized. And these people, for the most part, had been institutionalized, if not most of their life, all of their life. It was an incredible thing, and the doctors that I worked with, even some of them had come over on Project Paperclip, they believed, as I did, that by the year 2000, our penitentiaries and our mental institutions, for the most part, would be emptied out. What we saw and what we were involved with had nothing to do with torture. Now, torture has become mainstream. And the most horrifying, frustrating thing that I can imagine is why there's even a discussion about it being a tool to extract information. You don't extract intelligence using torture. I mean, this has been known since the Inquisition. I mean, this has been around forever. You program information in using torture. Those people that are on your TV sets advocating torture, Cathy named in her testimony that we provided both houses of Congress, intelligence oversight committees. And by the way, I do have some sympathy for them. Very recently, the head of the Intelligence Oversight Committee, I just can't say her name, I just can't do it. Nancy Pelosi. I did it. Nancy Pelosi stood up or sat down before the cameras, and for the first time I saw a politician be 100% honest. And I almost fainted. She said that the Intelligence Oversight Committee was a joke. It was a joke because of the 1947 National Security Act, the same National Security Act that was imposed upon our case in open court. She went on to say to her interviewer, she said, it's a joke because we're supposed to be the oversight committee. We all carry the proper clearance to look at what could be something that's terribly wrong or has gone wrong, to review as oversight those projects that the intelligence community and the Department of Defense have been working on or have been involved with. She said, all we see is black ink. She said, we can't do our job, and they haven't been able to do their job forever. She said, the Intelligence Oversight Committee is strictly a front. We know this to be a fact because by the time our testimony, our voluminous testimony had reached Congress, I saw what it looked like. I saw what a particular member on one of the committees, what he looked at. And it didn't resemble anything that we sent them. It was all blacked out. I've jumped ahead And I'll give you a little history for those of you who don't know. In 1987, I had a joint venture company I was president of with the People's Republic of China, manufacturing capacitor banks for their mining industry. They knew that I had been involved in the intelligence community for most all of my life. And they weren't concerned about that in the least. They did lock me up in my hotel room when I got there and took my passport away, but I fully expected that. And it was fun sneaking out of the room while they had guards. Nevertheless, it was, I had an excellent relationship with them, and we had a great company. We had the ribbon cutting ceremonies in the Shenzhen province, which is an industrial zone down in southern, I guess you'd call it southeastern China. And a Chinese intelligence officer, a well-dressed gentleman, and, oh, by the way, the military controls everything made out of metal in China. So since our capacitors, which are normally just big batteries, they're oil-filled tanks with paper wound up real tight, that was considered military. And I like that. I like working with the Chinese military. Not only were they shrewd business people, they were also very honest. And if they gave their word on something, and believe you me, they will trick you any way they can, make you give your word on something that you really don't want to do. Though I was approached by this intelligence officer, and he had a small attaché case, and he opens it up and he began showing me a file on myself. And I knew right then that my business with Chinese was finished, because I was going to go back and contact someone I know with the Department of State and tell them there had been a national security breach, because the files that on me that were classified, I was looking at either the best photocopies or I was looking at some original files, because you could tell they were weathered, you could tell that they had the original stamps, and everybody that looked at them had signed off on them. And I was absolutely convinced that someone had taken my files and just casually shown them to me. This was a rude awakening, because at this point, the jubilation in my heart about our business and the ribbon cutting ceremony had suddenly gone downhill until it got worse. This intelligence officer explained to me that I had a partner back in the United States by the name of Alex Houston, who was a country music entertainer, by the way. Not entertainer, please. We have a great entertainer in the house. To call Alex Houston an entertainer is not a good thing. But he was a ventriloquist. He was a stage hypnotist. And he was one, I'm a linguist, and I listen to people's subconscious language. And I'm also a graphologist, and I look at their handwriting. He was not only a crook, he was a liar, and he was a thief. And I thought that his sexuality was completely turned around to where he was what I would call trisexual. Anything. But nevertheless, I didn't have to have much association with him. And then when the Chinese told me that I had to get rid of him, they even provided me the funding to pay him off. But I found out that he had a young woman and her little girl in his charge, and those were the words. And I said, what is he doing with them? He said, child and adult prostitution, money laundering, and this child and this mother are being used as drug mules. And the last line was, and it goes all the way to the White House. He didn't say a word about CIA. He didn't mention one single thing. He said, except it goes all the way to the White House. When I got back, I reported the incident to the Department of State of someone that I know, and someone I didn't know called me back the next day and said I was never to mention it again, forget about it, it didn't happen. That was shocking, because then I realized how naive I'd been. And then when I met Cathy briefly at the airport, and I saw that 1,000-mile stare, no color in her eyes, just big black pupils and a perpetual smile. And I thought, wow, that's very sad. So I began to make some inquiries to see what I could do about getting her out, and her daughter, who was only about 7 or 8 years old at the time. And I found out that there was nobody interested in helping. But because I'd made some inquiries, particularly one when I wanted to know how to trigger her out so that she would come to me, because no one escapes mind control. Make this very clear. That's called abuse. That's called abuse. There's a thing called Stockholm Syndrome where the person who's being abused becomes sympathetic with their abuser. They become totally compliant. If you told them 1,000 times a day they were under mind control, you would only serve to agitate them. Never can you convince someone that they're under mind control if they are under mind control. It's impossible. I had to have help. And the only people that I knew to go for help to were the very ones that were capable of doing something like this. And I shuddered to think that some of the people I had trusted so much could have done it. So I went another channel, and I was very fortunate to have found the people that I needed to talk to get some help. And it took 9 months, and as Dr. Ross could tell you, thank you, Dr. Ross could tell you, doctors don't have 16, 18-hour-a-day sessions, and they don't have 9 solid months to devote to one patient. Well, that's what I did, because I had nothing left to lose. I had lost $2.2 million out of my bank accounts. My back was against the wall. Fortunately, they threatened to kill me many times. And when they threaten to kill you, that means they're not going to do it. So I really wasn't concerned about that. All I wanted to do in the beginning, I'm not as noble as Roseann says. I really didn't like Cathy. And all I wanted to do was get back to my work. I just wanted to get her out of that, and her daughter, and get them into help. And I couldn't find any help because there weren't any Colin Rosses in this country at that time. Dr. Ross was studying in Winnipeg, I believe, exotic dancers and prostitutes, and a type of disorder that they had, many of them, that was consistent, if I remember our conversations. So I really didn't have any choice except to stick it out. And I'm so glad I did. Because even though I felt duped, and even though I was mad as hell, and I can say hell in a church, I was mad as hell that I felt like that I had been duped. And all those, but I felt comfortable though, because all those brilliant scientists that I worked with, they'd all been duped too. Because in the intelligence business, it's very compartmentalized unless you get into the people like Jolly West. And by the way, Jolly West was the first person to call me on my unlisted phone in Alaska. Margaret Singer was the second person to call me. And Margaret Singer said if I didn't come down to L.A., she would send somebody up to see me. I said, send them on. And she did. And he said, if I didn't shut up, I was going to die. I said, nobody gets off this planet alive anyway, unless you're an astronaut. I was very fortunate because when Cathy came together, she came together and became who she is today. And, you know, we don't have a chance to have many heroes in life. But I have a hero. And she's my hero. And I'm here tonight. I'm very, very, very grateful to have the opportunity to introduce the love of my life and the hero of my life because of how many people she's helped. And we want to perpetuate this through Access Denied for Reasons of National Security, which was a book that Cathy wrote about how she was deprogrammed, how she recovered. And it helps people of all levels. And I'm not talking about the kind of abuse that Cathy had necessarily. I'm talking about all levels. From all of us that were traumatized by 9/11, by all of us who have been traumatized by just living on this planet. She's helped tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people through that one work. I would like to catch up. I'd like to see us catch up with some other people that have come along down through history. Not because we want a name in history. Frankly, I would just assume no one knew my name. And I liked it that way. I lived that way. Nobody knew who I was. Now, it seems a few people do. And what's important is now they identify me with something good instead of something bad. And that's a good thing. I'd like to take this opportunity right now to introduce Cathy O'Brien. Come on.
Love is the greatest healer. I'm so fortunate to know love and to have survived my experiences, to be here tonight to speak out on the subject of mind control. Thank you, all of you, each and every one of you, for coming out here to arm yourself with this pertinent information. Love is the greatest motive for me to speak out on this subject because it is my love for humanity that compels me to bring this truth to light. I'm deeply concerned for our survival if we don't learn this information. The experience that I had could have left me very bitter and vengeful and hateful, but it is none of those negatives that compel me to speak out at all, because I find that those kind of negatives actually hinder my ability to even think clearly. If I'm outraged, I'm not even capable of thinking so well. Besides, negativity tends to feed the energy of the criminals that are in control of our government right now, manipulating the minds of all of us. Now that I'm free to speak out, and now that I know love, it feels so good to realize that there are good people in this world, that there is good and bad running through everything. Here we are speaking in a church, and yet a church was so much a part of my abuse. So again, there's good and bad in everything. There's good and bad in government. There's good and bad even in the CIA. Mark Phillips is some powerful evidence to me that there are people in intelligence who have integrity and soul and compassion. And that was a real eye-opener for me, because my whole world was covered in abuse. My whole world was one where I couldn't see beyond my experiences of the moment. I couldn't even think to hope anymore. I lost that ability at about age 6. How it happened? was that I was born into a multi-generational incest-based family like so many other people are. There's certainly nothing rare about it. Child abuse is so pervasive on our planet. All we need to do is open our eyes and look around us to see how widespread that it is. The sexual abuse that I experienced left my sexuality heightened, which is very common in a situation like that. And I'm sure that Dr. Lois Lee has seen so many of these children that, like myself, end up on the streets as prostitutes with their sexuality being exploited even further because of abuse that they'd already endured in childhood. It's absolutely atrocious, the extent of the abuse that's going on for systematic, deliberate reasons, and for reasons that have just become a so-called norm, a natural part of our society, because after 3 generations of an attitude of sexual abuse, it becomes autogenic within a family unit. That's why I said that I'm from a multi-generational incest-based family. My mother was sexually abused, my father was sexually abused, and the sexual abuse just goes all up the family tree. I don't see that as their excuse for abusing me sexually whatsoever. I ended up with like a 100th monkey syndrome, is something where I didn't have that natural propensity to continue that abuse or to even accept it and to think that it's the way things should be. As a matter of fact, it was so traumatic to me that I developed dissociative identity disorder, formerly termed multiple personality disorder. It's not that I could think to judge my father when he abused me. It wasn't like that at all. I mean, I was so very young. It happened as far back as I can remember, and he often bragged that he substituted his penis for my mother's nipple. So it was very early on. I also know that my father was like that with my brothers and sisters that came along in later years. So it was way before I could morally judge such a thing, or before I had any kind of mental concept of how life should be. Instead, my brain automatically kicked in. When the abuse occurred, it began to compartmentalize the trauma of that event so that the rest of my mind could function normally. My father's sexual abuse of me was horrific because it suffocated me and it caused a lot of pain as a very, very young infant. At the same time, it put my sexuality into a survival mode that was the equivalent of breathing or eating or drinking. It was just became a very strong base instinct. The Hitler-Himmler research had already determined that this was what happens in the human brain when anytime abuse occurs. And when abuse occurs, where the brain begins to section off the abuse so the rest of the mind can function normally, there becomes less and less conscious mind to be able to think through exactly what is happening. They were very much interested in this because if the traumas are repeated enough and there's enough compartmentalization created in the brain, then the subconscious mind is left wide open to being manipulated and easily led. That was what they wanted for mass mind control in a society. It's what they wanted for that kind of Manchurian candidate attitude and for being able to manipulate, ultimately, the politics of the planet as well as the population as a whole. These experiments that Dr. Ross referred to were so heavily going on when I was born in 1957 that by the early 60s, mind control was in full swing. The CIA was taking information from what the Catholics had long since learned about the effects of trauma on the human mind when they did the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades, and they would found out how people responded to that kind of trauma, that kind of torture. And it was so strong on the population, as a matter of fact, that it ended up where the few free thinkers that were left went underground, and secret societies began forming and spinning off that. I'm not saying secret societies are right or that they're good, but they came from horrible, torturous abuse that was going on, that was trying to control people and steer them into one belief rather than leaving them to their own normal development. Project Paperclip had already happened, and the Nazi and fascist scientists from Hitler's Nazi Germany were brought into the United States, and the information was being combined with this information from the Catholics that the CIA was combining into a very powerful form of mind control. The MK-Ultra mind control projects were very strong, but they weren't just experimental at the time that I was in. They were already absolute. They knew exactly what they were doing. And they even had it established where they had a certain faction of the government set up to target children like my dissociative identity disorder, where the memory of the abuse was compartmentalized into those different compartments. Along with that compartmentalization comes a 44 times visual acuity, because it's like you get these eyes in the back of your head to see if the abuse is coming. And when people have been horribly traumatized, you'll notice that their eyes are wide open, and very often you see the whites around their eyes. Their blink responses aren't even proper, but that's because the body is going into this mode of, trying to stop the problem before it happens again, or is trying to stop the traumas and the horrors before they occur again. Additionally, we use 10% of our brain. I've heard figures 8 to 10% of our brains is about what we use. Well, when you have that kind of abuse, it blasts you into other parts of your brain. And so you end up in using other parts that most people never get to, because they don't even know that it exists yet. Because the information that's so important to know about our own brains, that we all have a right to know, have been suppressed for so-called reasons of national security, so that the information can be used to control us instead of to let us know what our brains are capable of. Our brains are capable of far more than we ever dreamed, and I feel really fortunate to have survived my ordeal, to know what our brains can do, and to be able to exercise mine and use mine for freely in the ways that everyone should know we can do, such as the 44 times visual acuity. I've recently used that when I was diagnosed with cataracts, and I was going to have cataract surgery and all, and I thought, if I can have 44 times visual acuity, why can't I fix this part of my eyes? When I went in for the pre-examination set up for the surgery, my eyes were 100% cured, and they have stayed that way. Those are little things that we can do because of what we're capable of, that instead we're being just manipulated by, and that kind of information is being kept from us, because 44 times visual acuity is a very important factor for the government to be able to pluck children like myself and put them into military intelligence or military special forces, because they can shoot and not miss a target. Their vision is so precise. Additionally, when a child is abused and they begin developing these compartments in the brain, as more and more compartments develop on the subconscious level, and the conscious mind is being pushed out of the way, where there's no capacity for question, reason, conscious awareness, and conscious thought. Because when you're operating in these different compartments, for example, the one that developed because of my father's sexual abuse. When my father would come in and to sexually abuse me, the same part of my brain that was familiar with that would open up, so that he would do it again and again as needed, and yet it would still remain compartmentalized in this section. Our brains are phenomenal. So that the rest of my mind could function normally. Well, that part of my brain would open up for my father's sexual abuse. Then my father began prostituting me. My mother's father had a Blue Masonic Lodge. He ran a Blue Masonic Lodge in, up in Michigan, and it was where the politicians were just real, local politicians were just real active. And my father began prostituting me out to different ones who were aware of the child abuse because of the knowledge coming through on CIA mind control and being so much a part of a criminal faction of our government that's also referred to as the shadow government that was slowly gaining control and finally gained control with the Kennedy assassination. They'd already got a pretty good control, but they really took a major control over the population because, like I was telling you, when trauma occurs, then the brain has a way of kicking in to deal with trauma. And most people who are old enough to know exactly where they were and what they were doing at the time that John F. Kennedy was assassinated. It traumatized the nation. It traumatized the nation to see it on TV over and over and over again. That trauma left people suggestible, left that subconscious open to where they were highly suggestible and easily led. And that was the beginning. Consider what I'm saying with the effects of what happened 9/11 or 9/11 as it's referred. I refer to it as 911 because that's the emergency number, and they like to do those kind of number games anyway. It was also flight 11 at 9, so they were playing that with the numbers, but nevertheless, on 9/11 the whole nation was traumatized. And in that trauma, people became suggestible. And how many people ran out and bought a flag, because that was what we were told to do. And the compliance of the people at that time was so strong, and it gave the shadow government a firm control over all of us that is just finally now shaking. It's finally starting to stop because people are waking up, and they're waking up en masse, and it's happening all over this country. Mark and I travel outside this country, and we're thrilled to see how much more wide awake and aware the rest of the world is at this point, where they have a compassion for people in the United States, knowing that we are not our government. We are not that shadow government that's taken over, that the people here are rising up, they're gaining voice, and they're standing strong by issues of 9/11 and taking action in their own communities. Mark and I have been speaking out on mind control for over 20 years now. That's a long time to be speaking out on the subject. We've seen a vast difference between when we first started speaking and now. People are waking up, and it's awareness that is that we've got to have. We've got to keep this awareness going because knowledge is our only defense against mind control. The compartmentalization of memory that I was talking about, where when my father began prostituting me to these political people as well, developed more compartments in my brain. It was like, oh, well, where do I turn? I can't even turn to our local law enforcement. I can't turn to politicians. And, I really felt that there was nowhere to go, and my brain automatically began compartmentalizing. Further, when my father began doing child pornography of me and sold it through the local Michigan Mafia child pornography ring, that criminal faction of the government, that shadow government that was monitoring such things as those child pornography rings, we didn't have internet back then, the child pornography rings, to target children like myself for MK Ultra mind control. And of course, I'd mentioned that Blue Masonic Lodge, and one of the members there was a local politician named Gerald Ford. Of course, this is the same Gerald Ford that went into the office of president, and was very much a part of how I ended up being used on a White House Pentagon level during the Reagan-Bush administration. But he was interested this criminal faction was interested in children like myself, because when you have so many of those compartments, there's no continuity of thought anymore. If you operate in this compartment and have no memory of it, operate in this compartment and have no memory of it, there's no way to have any continuity of thought bridging, and there's no ability to have any continuity of time. You don't have a concept of time at all. I didn't know. I began to lose my whole perspective on time, how long anything was. This is something that they were also interested in. They know it's a phenomena of the brain, because when a person doesn't know how long they've been doing something, the physical endurance is tremendous. You don't get tired if you don't know you're supposed to be tired. So it creates a physical endurance that's really good for military special forces, military intelligence, or the kind of political prostitution that I was eventually used in the course of the kind of missions that I was forced to carry out in later years. So this local politician, who was just one more pedophile to me, came to the house and told my father that he could receive immunity from prosecution if he would agree to sell me into the CIA's mind control project. My father agreed to it, was actually pretty thrilled about it, thinking, wow, you know, the government condones child abuse, this is wonderful. He excitedly agreed to it, had 5 more children afterwards just to raise in the project. So there were 7 of us children in the family and all. But as soon as my father agreed, he was flown to Boston, Massachusetts for a course on how to manipulate the subconscious mind. Since it was my subconscious mind that was open, he was taught how to do it in speaking in literals, where a person would take things very literally. He also was instructed that he would have to take me to certain places at certain times so that I would be in the right place for whatever the CIA's mind control operations were conditioning me for, and eventually the ones that I would be working in. Boston, Massachusetts is a real key epicenter place to mention, because, as I'm sure all of you have heard, that's where the Catholic child abuse scandal was right there out of Boston, Massachusetts. Look at the vast numbers that you have heard about that have been sexually abused within a Catholic church. It wasn't homosexuality. They made a really huge effort to make it look like homosexuality when in fact it's pedophilia. They just love to put those kind of emotional diversions out there to try to divide the people instead of get right to the truth, because truth unites us. It's all those lies and false attitudes that end up dividing us and creating problems. So I was raised in the Catholic Church. I had been all along. Our church in Muskegon, Michigan was actively involved with the CIA on mind control. I certainly wasn't the only one. As a matter of fact, I thought it was the way life was, because everybody I knew, there was some horrible abuse going on. It's like it was a way of life in Muskegon, Michigan. It has since been termed the pedophile capital of the United States. That came out in the Muskegon Chronicle, and it's a widely known fact. Muskegon, Michigan is a horrible place to have come from, but it really gave me the idea that that's the way the whole world was, when in fact, obviously, it's not. But neither are all Catholics bad. You know, I've certainly learned since then that there are Catholics who are very determined to bring that criminal activity out of the church and bring it back to whatever. And it's supposed to be, when you consider the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition, man, it's quite a history of it they've got to undo there. But nevertheless, there are some people that are aware and are making a difference. But for me, it only added more compartments to my brain because then I was subjected to occult ritual. Occultism is a horrible blood trauma that certainly created more compartments in my mind. The Catholic aspect was just one more horrible thing to know. Well, you can't even turn to a church for help. And it's been all these years before finally even the child abuse began to shake the very foundations of the church. And yet they were still, diverting things. I mean, whoever heard my name with that Catholic child abuse scandal? I mean, I certainly wasn't able to be part of any lawsuits, even though the ones that were prosecuting it referred to our book, Access Denied, for reasons of national security because of the pertinent information in there on not only why that kind of child abuse was going on, but how to heal from it, because there's a lot of people that need help, and to be able to heal from varying levels of child abuse, of sexual abuse, varying levels of the suggestibility and ultimately mind control that is resultant from those traumas. My father was also told to take me to the governor's mansion in Michigan, which was located in Mackinac Island, and the governor at the time was George Romney. Of course, Mitt Romney is his son, and that's very important to know. We need to pay attention to our politics because it's not about naming a certain name so that you know who these people are, because it's just going to replace them with somebody else. And now we've got generations. George Romney was the one who was part of my victimization. He's the one who was actively involved in merging Catholic information with the CIA information on mind control in order to bring it into a more powerful form of mind control, which combined with technology, which we have today, combined with technology, was the most powerful form of mind control that was being brought into the Mormon Church. And the Mormon Church was something I was exposed to later on, and it is a very powerful form of mind control. That one needs to clean up their mess next. But pay attention to these so-called politicians we're getting paraded in front of us as something new and something different, because in fact, that's just not the way it is. I met my owner, who had become my owner in the CIA's mind control project, U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Senator Byrd has been in office as long as I've been alive. I can't believe he's still in office today. He's been head of Senate Appropriations. As head of Senate Appropriations, he decides where money is going to be spent and how. As my owner, Senator Byrd directed my activities during the Reagan-Bush administration when I worked on a White House Pentagon level. Senator Byrd is funding the mind control mechanism in our school systems. He has funded the so-called, he was the one who introduced the so-called Clean Air and Water Act, which in fact I watched all those years where he just lined his pockets with buy-offs so people could pollute and destroy the environment and destroy our planet even more. We need to pay closer attention to what these politicians are doing, especially when they've been in there so many years that they know how to play the game. This is the shadow government that's been manipulating us all. Going back on Gerald Ford, as Gerald Ford went, as his political career escalated into the office of the presidency, notice who was in his cabinet. I certainly did. I was exposed to him from the mid-'70s throughout my whole victimization. He had Dick Cheney as his Secretary of State. Donald Rumsfeld as his Secretary of Defense, George Bush Sr. as head of the CIA. I knew Dick Cheney from the mid-'70s when I was first taken up to Wyoming to where his hunting ranch is, where he embarked on his most favorite game called the most dangerous game of human hunting, where a person is hunted. I had no clue whether or not I was going to live. How would I know that? And I was subjected to horrible, brutal tortures by Dick Cheney repeatedly throughout my victimization. And now he's acting like, oh, we just started torture after 9/11. Who believes that? Come on, this has been going on forever. That was his excuse to just traumatize a nation and allow for further control over the people. There's a whole lot more torture that's going on than waterboarding. And there's a whole lot more even to waterboarding than what we see on TV. My daughter Kelly has even drawn pictures, graphic detail of waterboarding. Once Mark rescued Kelly and I out of the horrible experiences that we endured. She was taken into the custody of the state of Tennessee, where she was abused further by the so-called mental health system, while national security was put all over her case, and her records are still sealed for so-called reasons of national security. Were they not sealed, you would see her graphic pictures of waterboarding. I wonder if those are the kind of records Dick Cheney wants out there, to see what my daughter endured. My daughter is still suffering the effects of the tortures that she endured. She's waiting on good people like yourselves to wake up and make a positive difference. In the meantime, she and I made every difference that we possibly could in the state of Tennessee. We plowed through them all, letting them know what mind control was. And we had over 1 million letters pouring in to the governor of the state of Tennessee from people all over the world saying, what does national security have to do with a documented rape and molestation of a child? That was a wonderful thing to do. It made a big difference. It made a big difference in the state of Tennessee. It made a big difference within the system. It raised awareness, and it started making that difference. We sure didn't get it from the top on down, because they're still covering it up. They're still covering up the tortures, are still covering up mind control, and it's got to stop. The truth needs to come out, and it needs to be brought to light for Kelly's sake and for everyone's sake. We all need to know the magnitude of what's really going on in our world, because Dick Cheney, George Bush Sr., not George Bush Jr., he was absolutely under mind control in the same projects I was, and he was even in the most dangerous going. That's why he comes off so dense. He's really not the one. We need to go behind the scenes, behind the scene, because the CIA has been running it behind the scene, or the shadow government has been running behind the scenes for too many decades now. And now that awareness is rising, and people are waking up to the point where they even have to say torture on TV, where it's finally coming out, there is that hope that maybe people will begin to research further and look into what's really happening, because that torture issue is like a little hole in the dike of what's really behind all of it, and that truth needs to start pouring forth. We need to get it out. I'm so fortunate to have survived it. I have so many stories that I could share with you about the different operations that I was used in, the horrible tortures that I saw that go far beyond waterboarding, Those are in graphic detail in our book, Trance-Formation of America. Trance was written when national security was slapped on our case, and it was written so that that information would be out there. It's comprehensive detail, but it's very graphic detail. And for someone who's been victimized, they don't need to know that. They need to know their own truth before they know someone else's. They need to find that truth. And Access Denied was written for them. It was written for the population that's been traumatized by 9/11. It's for a population that's been traumatized by watching these criminals in control of our government making us look like something we're not to the rest of the world. It's these people who've been traumatized by everyday life, by what's happening in their own lives with the economy. It's for people who are horrified by the abuse that they're seeing going on around them. It's for every one of us, because this is a rough planet. And it will teach you what I learned. It will teach you the truth that I found. Once I healed from my mind control victimization, and once I remembered all the details of all those government operations that I was tortured to forget. Now, they weren't extracting information. I said tortured to forget. Dick Cheney knows, and I know he knows it because he's done it to me. Dick Cheney knows that torture is to make people forget and to program them with anything that's put into their subconscious mind at that time. And those were the kind of operations that I was forced to do. You certainly can't extract information that way. There's a whole lot of other technologies out there. There's a whole lot of other methods out there that do work, that are very simple. They don't need to torture. There's no excuse for torture other than to traumatize people, traumatize a nation, and to control a mind. It's got to stop. Dick Cheney has got to be stopped. It's up to all of us to be able to make that difference. Bringing Dick Cheney down is not going to stop the shadow government. Bringing Dick Cheney down is not going to stop torture. It's not going to stop the shadow government. It's not going to make the changes that we need in this world. It's not enough. It's already too big. They've been at this too long. Instead, it's up to each and every one of us to make that change within. When I woke up from mind control and I realized that there's good people in this world, I had hope again. When I woke up from mind control, I woke up to realize that there was a form of mind control that blanketed society where people were really dumbed down. It was like I came running out of hell saying, there's mind control, you know, and help my daughter, help me. And yet, nobody knew what it was. It was like I was screaming about a hell and nobody could even see it. It was like, how can this be? And I realized that people had been dumbed down and they'd been conditioned. And that what I had seen that could be done technologically was actually being implemented. What I knew when I worked under Bill Bennett, Ronald Reagan's education secretary during the 80s, that they were bringing the mind control into the school system in order to increase the children's learning capacity while decreasing their ability to critically analyze. That's what's been eroding at our society for so long now. And I woke up to that and went, wow, I got to share this information. This is important that people understand exactly how our brains really work. They know how our brains work, and they're manipulating us by that knowledge. Knowledge is our only defense against mind control. We need to take that knowledge. I could talk for hours, and there's still more for you to research. And I encourage each and every one of you to please do it. I encourage each and every one of you to share the information with those that you love and people that you meet. And start sharing information in Access Denied. Access Denied is helping people heal from all levels of mind control from all over the world. It was written out of demand and a need from people who were reaching out for help because they knew that Mark and I understood. And so we finally wrote sufficient enough that anyone can take it and transpose that information to their own need and heal from any level of abuse or control. People in military special forces are using it. People all over the world are using that information, and they're healing. And with that healing is coming more and more awareness. And as that awareness is rising, the word is spreading. And people are beginning to have grassroots activism. There's people standing strong in this room who have stood by what really happened on 9/11. And thank you for doing it. Keep doing that. We all have to stand strong by what we know. Keep those grassroots growing. Everyone, please take the information and spread the word, because knowledge is our only defense against mind control, and this is the truth that makes us free. Thank you.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to Roseann Barr. We deeply appreciate each and every one of you coming out tonight, and we hope that you'll take this information with you and share it with someone you love.
Hello, my name is Marian Schneider and I'm from SAF TV, and we have done an interview with Cathy, O'Brien and Mark Phillips. We invited them to Germany because we want to know more about their experience with Secret Service, one could say, and with mind control programs they have personally experienced. We took the interview 1.5 hours, and Boris is the cameraman, and it was a great time. We're together, and he worked right away with the material.
Yes, the interview was on Wednesday, and on Thursday I added the video files to my project, and that was of the when you open the PC, the computer, you see on your Explorer area the size of the different files, and on Thursday they were okay, and then on Friday I have another job to do, and didn't get to the computer, and on Monday I want to start the editing of the whole interview, and then I saw in the Explorer area at the files something went wrong, and I saw the size of the files were different, like on Thursday. On Thursday they were much bigger, and then I opened the files and I saw that they are cut it, and it very professional, because nobody was on the computer. The computer was plugged off. Nobody can. It's the only thing is from extern. You go into the computer, and the files were gone. They were cut it, but
well, I taped the interview by chance, because we wanted to translate it into German as well, and so we have a tape now, and you have the chance to see which parts of our interview were not so liked, if one can say, or by chance just disappeared.
Yeah.
So that's what we will show you now, and so don't be astonished that there is not always a lively picture.
Yeah, I've put a normal image from the person who says the words, and it took around 80 minutes, and it's the whole interview, and enjoy it, because you maybe you will find out the truth.
Thank you. Today we have very special visitors here. They are from the United States of America. Their names are Cathy O'Brien, Mark Phillips, and Shyla Miller. They will tell us about their experience in the United States, and they are currently living in the state of Alabama. Cathy, you have been the victim of unlawful action by the US government. Please, very briefly, inform us about it.
As a victim of US government MK-Ultra mind control, and that's something that's been going on for a long time in our country, and mind control is pervasive worldwide. There's a sliding scale of mind control, from information control to the kind of robotic mind control that I experienced on a White House Pentagon level, particularly during the Reagan-Bush administration. And it began because I was sexually abused as a very young child, and that made me a target for MK-Ultra mind control, because it's known that when a child has been abused, that their mind is more suggestible. It's as though the conscious mind takes flight and leaves the subconscious to be manipulated. So I was targeted for mind control because my father was caught sending pornography, child pornography, of me through the U.S. mails, and a local politician at that time by the name of Gerald Ford. He was only a local politician then, later went on to become the unelected president of the United States, and was very much responsible for thrusting me into MK-Ultra in their earliest years. When Gerald Ford went into the office of president, he had George Bush Sr. as his in position of head of intelligence, so head of the CIA. He had Dick Cheney as his Secretary of State, Donald Rumsfeld as his Secretary of Defense. This is the same handful of criminals that is working behind the scenes of the U.S. government and continues to work behind the scenes of the U.S. government to date. They do not represent the people, and they do not treat citizens with respect. They believe in mind control of the masses through information control, and they believe in absolute robotic mind control, like I was subjected to throughout the first 30 years of my life. Because when Gerald Ford found that pornography of me and thrust me into MK-Ultra, that was the beginning of systematic torture and abuse that made my mind receptive to the orders that I was given. Torture does not extract information from people. When a person is tortured, they will say anything that they're told to. And that, in my case, I was told to deliver messages to and from different government leaders, and I was forced to participate in criminal covert operations with the CIA. And that's detailed in our book, Trance-Formation of America, which is now in law libraries worldwide because it's proven fact. It is the testimony for U.S. Congressional Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence Oversight that was censored for reasons of national security. When it was censored from Congress, it was released en masse in the book. So there's far more details that are available there. But that's how I ended up working as an MK-Ultra mind control slave on a White House Pentagon level, doing exactly what I was told to do for this criminal faction that remains in control of the U.S. government to date.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it's working now. We take the 2, right?
You can give also the microphone. You don't need to.
You can hold it yourself, the microphone, then, okay? But you do it not like this. Mark.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mark, you have saved Cathy's and her daughter Kelly's life. Did that also bring you in conflict with the US law or the US government?
the conflict really was something that my government could not deny, because I had cooperation with many government officials that corroborated and substantiated Cathy's testimonies against certain individuals and she exposed certain events. So my coming out and support of her and her daughter and keeping them safe and helping Cathy recover her mind and her memory, most importantly, was not as bad as most people would imagine. The term is called a whistleblower, and that's exactly what we are. And we are legally called whistleblowers, the United States government whistleblowers, because we have come forth with information that has not been mainstream, that has been classified as secret and top secret and above top secret. Those things, Cathy was never in the employ. She was never paid. She never swore that she would not relay any information that she saw or heard. And because of this, she can say anything she chooses. It's a constitutional right in our country. Now, the reason that she is alive, and the reason I'm alive, is simply because I worked in that intelligence field most all of my adult life. I knew exactly what I could get away with. I knew exactly what I could say and what I couldn't say. And I kept myself safe, and I kept Cathy and her daughter safe. Being a whistleblower, I can assure you, is not a life of pleasure or luxury. It's a life of much thought. You must think everything through before you say it. It's not contrived. You speak from the heart. And that's the reason we don't use notes. We've spoken to groups all over the world, even the members of the United Nations and the World Bank, and we did not have to use notes, as most speakers do. They refer to them. It's very easy for us to simply tell the truth. I can tell the truths about what happened with she and I when we went against my government, our government. Those matters are a matter of public record. Some of the information was sealed, and even Congress, as Cathy mentioned, the two bodies of Congress that see to that oversight of intelligence communities. There are actually 14, I believe, intelligence groups operating in the United or outside the United States right now. There's U.S. Navy, U.S. Army, you have the Defense Intelligence Agency, you have the Central Intelligence Agency, then you have the National Security Agency. All of these work separately. At one time it was thought that they should work together, but had they worked together, then if someone had stepped out and told their secrets, they would have been able to tell all of them. So recently we had this with Edward Snowden. He worked for NSA, or National Security Agency. He had a better overview of what the other, including what CIA was doing, and what the military was doing, and what the Defense Department was doing. He knew all of these secrets. And even though he didn't work them, he didn't work in those fields, he had access to the knowledge, and he went public with it. Even the head of your German government was very shocked and very dismayed over the fact that NSA and CIA was spying on her personally, and spying on every member of your government. Why? I think a good logic reasoning behind this: if someone is doing something wrong and they want to keep it a secret, they need to find out who else knows. And by spying on everybody around you, you are assured to know who knows what. And that way you can protect the integrity of whatever it is that you're protecting. And it's usually bad.
So we continue. Next question. Yes, Mark, it will be a question for both of you, and you have to think both, but I think I say the question first, okay? You did not find justice in your country. What is the main reason for this concerning the law? Who will answer first?
The 19...
Wait. We have to do it. I mean, okay. So, ready?
Yes.
You did not find justice in your country. What is the main reason for this concerning the law?
The 1947 National Security Act was invoked on our case, and that stopped us from being able to bring this into any court of law or from having any mainstream public exposure. At the same time, it has allowed for us to continue to speak out as whistleblowers, and to me, personally, that is the ultimate justice, because the ultimate justice is public awareness. Awareness is the first step towards positive, necessary change, and bringing truth to light is what's going to make a difference so that other people never have to endure what Kelly and I went through, and so many others across our nation and across the world that have experienced mind control and mind manipulation. They need to understand exactly how it works, and that there is healing from it, and freedom is possible. But that begins with truth. That begins with awareness. And to me, that is the ultimate justice. So not having justice in a court of law is very minor to having this wonderful justice with truth coming to light.
But you could not go against those who tortured you or did injustice to you. You could not do anything against them, could you?
Yes.
Yes, take it.
Actually, this is correct. We could not have them prosecuted under the law. However, they could not stop us from speaking out publicly and telling the public. The only defense they had was denial. They just said, we do not want to talk about it. This is a national security matter, and we're not going to discuss these people or what they're saying. That in itself was an endorsement of us. By them having to defend themselves only with one thing, and that's denying it, that actually said Mark and Cathy are telling the truth, and we do not want to become involved with it. The law specifically states that anyone is innocent until proven guilty. We had the proof that was developed by, as I said, high-ranking officials within the government that I knew personally, that I had contacts with and I trusted with my life. Those are the ones that helped us develop enough of proofs or a case to present to court. We presented those, some of those items in court, and the United States government stepped in and said, we are applying the National Security Act upon your case. You cannot take this case any further in any court, period. That's the end of it. The court of public opinion is the largest of all the courts, and we wanted to reach the public with this information. Unfortunately, the ones that knew about it were so frightened by their government, by what they believed would happen to them if they spoke out. Many of them would not come out and support us. Not publicly, but behind the scenes they would. And we said, we will stand out there. I mean, like I told Cathy, I said, what are they going to do? Torture you? You've lived through the worst tortures. What are they going to do? Kill you? I think not. That would endorse you. And then there would be all of these conspiracy theories to start arising up. So they didn't want to validate us by killing us, and they didn't need to torture us because that would have just made it worse for them. So the best thing they did was they sabotaged us in some places. Like we would have a seminar, and it would be widely advertised. And the company that would handle the tickets, suddenly everything in their computers would go down, and no tickets could be sold, and no one would show up, except the ones that were organizing it. And this happened a couple of times. And we learned how to safeguard against it. But working to expose evil is sometimes very difficult because some people don't want to hear it. Some people, since it's not a part of anything they've experienced, the first thing they go and think is, this is horrible. I don't need to hear this. This is impossible because it's never happened to me. Well, actually, it has in some form. It has happened to them because information control, of course, is a form of mind control. And it does change your behavior as well. So you're modifying people's behavior, you're modifying their beliefs, you're modifying actually everything that they think by simply omitting information. If we don't know our history, we can never understand our future.
I have one more question. Können wir kurz abstellen? Can I ask this question? I would like to ask, how many victims of mind control, the way Cathy experienced it, do you think existed, and do they still exist today? Is that okay to ask this?
Yes, I'd like to ask that. I'd like to answer that.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, sure.
So, yes, I wait. We in Germany don't know much about this situation in America. Okay. Yeah. We here in America, you know it. We here in Germany don't know much about this situation in America. Are there still victims of mind control, as Cathy, you experienced it with torture and everything today? And how many victims have there been, and are there currently?
The exact numbers, of course, would be impossible to know. I don't think anyone knows the exact numbers of mind control victims as well as survivors who were at Cathy's level. There are many, as I mentioned many times, there's all forms of mind control. When I say of mind control, when your mind is being externally controlled outside of you, based on what your perceptions and your beliefs are, that's one type. The type that Cathy experienced has now become the most common weapon being used on this planet today. If, for example, when young men and young women will strap bombs to themselves and blow themselves up just to hurt a few people or to kill a few people, it's a type of psychological warfare. They're trying to get the people to give up, to just give up, to not fight any further. What this is a form of absolute robotic mind control. Cathy could have easily been programmed to blow herself up, and her daughter as well. It's actually quite easy. The formula for this type of mind control is so ancient that it's found in pictorial forms in French caves. Some of the monks that were making cheeses found it. The pictographs are in the French caves that show exactly the formula for how to take control of a mind and have someone do everything they're supposed to do for the rest of their lives. To say how many, in the United States, I would say government sponsored types, it would measure into perhaps the tens of thousands. Worldwide, it's tens of millions of people under robotic mind control. For an example of this, if you look at what is going on in the Middle East right now, you'll hear in the newscasts occasionally, this person has programmed for self-extermination and extermination of others. This one person has programmed over 5,000 young ladies and young men. Now, that's just one person. There are thousands of programmers all over the world. Some of them work in religious belief systems. Religion, all religions, to some degree, control your mind and your way of thinking. And in some very destructive religions, they in fact operate on the premise of fear. They keep the people doing exactly what they want them to do simply through fear. And fear is a very powerful motivation to get people to do anything, including not want to become involved in helping someone. They're afraid. That fear is, I believe, ego-based. They're afraid that they might lose their standing in the community, or they may lose money, or they may lose whatever it is that they have their guarding because they help somebody. I had no fear. I had no fear of dying. I still have no fear. Cathy has no fear of dying. She's without fear. So we were a very unlikely couple to meet, first of all. And secondly, it would be, most people could understand that I can do this and speak out and reach large numbers of people without any fear. I have no concerns. My fear was eliminated through too many traumas. I saw too much, I knew too much, and of course Cathy's was, she was abused so much that she lost her ability to be afraid. Now, cautious, yes, I'm very careful, but fearful, no.
So the next question.
What about military? You know, I was wondering if you were going to say something about, I mean, our military is all programmed and we're hearing from them.
Yeah, that's true. Wait a minute.
Hundreds and hundreds.
I know, I was going to get to that, but I didn't want to jump right in.
Yeah, exactly. Not too long for 1 to 6. You know
Yeah,
what?
because it goes in another direction so big.
I will ask that to you, because that's the last question of the first part. The last question is, what will you do about it in the future? But before I ask that, or I will connect it, I will say, what will you do about all this in the future? And could you tell us a little bit more about the military situation? Is that okay to connect the two?
Yes,
one question?
even I can talk about special forces.
Sure.
Or maybe, can I ask this in one question? Is that okay?
Yes.
I will ask, what will you do about all this in the future? And can you tell us a little bit more about the military situation? Is that okay? Mm-hmm. Okay.
No. Okay.
What will you do about all this in the future? And can you tell us a little bit more about the military situation?
We'll continue speaking out on healing from mind control. We hear from people all over the world that are looking for that healing information. The healing techniques that Mark taught me have been released in full detail in our book, Access Denied for Reasons of National Security. And the reason that we were able to put that in there is because that is my experience. That is within the whistleblower's laws, we're within those bounds, to be able to release the information because it was my experience. We tell it through my story. In the future, I would like to have the more concise version of how to heal from mind control, because again, that too is my experience, so I am at liberty to go ahead and reveal it that way. And this is especially important at this point because our military has been mind controlled to a very large extent, and our military now is waking up. Truth is setting them free, and they're wanting to heal. They're suffering from extreme post-traumatic stress disorder and have aspects of mind control that are pervasive in their everyday lives, and they want to reclaim control over their minds, control over their lives, and their soul expression. And that is forthcoming, and that's what we are dedicated to in the future.
Thank you. First part is done. Now we start with China.
This is my first time ever doing anything like this, so.
So can I continue? Mm-hmm. And you take it then, okay? I give it to you and then you take it.
Okay, you can start it.
Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as... No, sorry, I have to start again. Okay. Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as well. Can you describe it?
I would say that the kind of mind control I was involved in was more of a basic, everyday, what most people experience kind of mind control that is based in religion and based in child abuse. And that is what brought me to meet Mark and Cathy, was that I could see where people were using fear to control other people. And so I began to have the effects that most people have when they're not in a structured form of mind control, whereas Cathy was very structured in what she went through. Mine had no structure other than basic religion and isolation from society. So when Cathy and I started talking, she was able to help give me the basic steps on what she did that I applied to myself. Because of my situation, I wasn't able to escape on my own, and Mark and Cathy, had offered me a place to stay. And that is how I met them, and that is how basic mind control works. It's social engineering. It's social programming, the way people believe that they need to be. And I believe personally that if people could be themselves rather than what people are told to be, then people would become free. They would have trust in each other again. And fear, I would say fear from religion, from social media, is what is controlling most people today. And once you can get past the fear of each other, that is when you can overcome mind control yourself on a much lesser degree than what Cathy had experienced.
This interview is not complete. Some parts of it have been mysteriously taken. That means we only taped the interview, fortunately, but the real film material vanished mysteriously. So don't be astonished and be patient, because at least you can hear what our interview partners had to tell us. I think we have to start it from another angle, because that's not because the problem is that people don't understand what happened to you.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't exist here, or at least nobody has ever heard of it.
You can say the word Mormon.
Okay.
And you can say that there are various levels of Mormon. Two particular, one very, very, very destructive. Yeah. Both of them involving pedophilia.
Mm-hmm. They need to understand. Just imagine somebody who has not a clue about anything you talk about.
Would know about Mormonism.
No, that doesn't exist here. We have no Mormons.
I don't have church here.
And
Oh, you don't have Mormons here?
no,
fortunate.
nothing is here, you know, and no, there is probably very few pedophilia and nobody knows about it, and it's very negatively thought about, you know. So you have to see it as nothing is known. Just imagine nobody knows anything here.
Okay.
So I ask you again, Shaila, you have been submitted to mind control as well. Can you describe it?
What was it like?
Yeah,
okay.
what did happen to you?
I would say that mind control, on a much lesser degree than what Cathy experienced, which I would say most people in the world experience some form of mind control, such as the way people are told to be. And what that is like, religion played a very large role in it. Mine was Mormonism, which is very supportive of child abuse, because when a child is abused, especially before age 5, before the brain is developed, they become highly suggestible and are more likely to do what they're told. So it's promoted very strong in Mormonism and Catholicism and many religions out there. One example of this would be the story of Lot, who runs away from the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and he ends up getting drunk and sleeping with his 2 daughters who have his children. This is very supported because of how it affects the brain. A person no longer has the ability to think logically, they can only do. And in this way, a person can appear very intelligent because they take everything photographically, and it's very, like if they're taught something in school and they are taught this is the way it is, they can see it word for word for word. The only thing is when it comes to being able to apply the knowledge later on, they have no ability to do that. So whereas they can appear very smart over here, they can appear very stupid over here because there's no ability to connect the two.
If she could be asked, Shayla,
yeah.
Shayla's background as she was growing up, she had siblings that were allowed to go to school, public school. Shayla was never allowed to go to school. She was supposedly being homeschooled, and she wasn't. She wasn't being taught anything other than to be 100% obedient to her father. And everywhere her father went, she went on his jobs, everything, she was right there with him. She was like a second wife to her father.
Which is very common in Mormonism.
It's very common in Mormonism.
Well, that aspect, you know, I wonder too if we should, this isn't. Oh, I was thinking that it might be helpful to show how you healed and what you did to heal and the difference that made.
Yes.
You know, because that's an extreme right there.
Well, my father started to see the effects of what he was doing when it's not structured like Cathy's was structured. There are certain behaviors that can come out that you can recognize once you know how to recognize it, such as the way they dress, the way they behave, certain activities. And
so how did you dress? How did you behave?
You'll see people who have many piercings, or they damage themselves physically. They can be very sexual people. You will notice where there's whites around their eyes. Their pupils will be very dilated. Some can be very suicidal and will kill themselves. And when these behaviors started to come out, some of these behaviors, my dad became frightened that he would be exposed in what he had done, using me as a slave to do his work and sexually abusing me. So he contacted Mark and Cathy in hopes that they would give him advice on how to keep controlling me without losing his slave, ultimately. And so I began speaking with Cathy, and she told me how she helped herself and how Mark helped her and what she did. And I started to apply that information. Well, in my dad's mind, I was getting better, and he still had the control because I was still in that environment. A person cannot heal as long as they are in their abusive situation. So he controlled how much I ate, what I ate, how often I ate, and I became very ill. And I personally believe that he was attempting to kill me this way. And so I met Mark and Cathy in person. It was my dream. I actually never knew Mark before. I had only known Cathy. I was very frightened of men at the time because my only experience with men was very controlling and very abusive and aggressive. So when I did finally meet them in person, I saw how Mark treated Cathy. He was very kind. He was very gentle. When she would speak, he would respect her, and vice versa. And that showed me a lot. And they said, if you would come and stay and work for us, we can tell you how we helped ourselves, and maybe you can help yourself too. And so I did, and I began to heal. The healing process is surprisingly simple, I would say. There's no verbal. You don't talk about what you've been through at first. You have to take what had happened to you that is stored into a compartment in order to function on a day-to-day basis. You have to take the trauma and compartmentalize it. And Cathy told me how she would write her memories. And when you do that, you're using logic to move a pen. And so it will actually shift and break down the walls and open the doors. And that process, along with becoming healthy and taking the proper vitamins to make my brain fire correctly, was I able to heal and begin my healing process.
Yes, very good. You have become, is it okay? You have become an activist in the past 7 years since you stayed with Cathy and Mark. So how do you see the future of America and the world, maybe even?
I have a great deal of hope for the people in America. There's a level of information control, which is ultimately mind control. And a lot of people, they're told that you have to be a certain way because of the information that you have. And when I speak to people in America, most of them don't believe in the politics that we have. Our government does not represent the people, and the people, they reflect that. And so because of that intelligence, because people can heal and are healing on their own without therapists or doctors or anything like that, they're doing it themselves. And so I have a lot of hope for humanity and the world and the U.S. as well, because people are strong. The strength of the human spirit is so strong, and I see it. And I'm very lucky to get to be with Mark and Cathy and get to see how they speak to people and get to see how many people really do know the truth. They really do know what is going on. It's just that our government won't allow the information so that the rest of the world can know how much the American people do know and how strong they are.
So now the second part, the third part. Okay, this is the third part is...
How many questions do you have left? Just from...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
So the next question is, what is mind control? Somebody, because a lot of people have never heard about it. Okay, so what is mind control? Who will answer? You. Yes, or you?
Well, from my experience...
Wait. I start. What is mind control?
From my experience, from an inside perspective on mind control, it's when abuse happens, the brain automatically compartmentalizes that abuse so the rest of the mind can function normally. This happened prior to age 5. This wasn't a decision that I made. This wasn't a psychological decision to ignore what happened. Instead, the brain actually physically compartmentalizes. It shuts down the neuron pathways of the brain so the rest of the mind can function normally. Then when the abuse happens again, that part of the mind that knows how to deal with it opens back up to deal with it again and again as needed. After so much systematic abuse in creating so many different compartments of the mind, the conscious mind becomes shut down. And that only leaves the subconscious mind to be easily led and manipulated. The subconscious mind has no ability to reason, to consciously comprehend, to any concept of time, and it can only do exactly what it is told to do. And I was operating on a subconscious level then, which made me so easily led. That's what made me a target for mind control, is because it's a well-known fact in mental health and among this criminal faction of the government that when that much trauma occurs, that the subconscious mind is easily led. That even happens on a mass scale, such as when 9/11 happened in the US. That was a deliberate move on the people that took control of people at that time to lead them into war. It's not that the people in the United States want war. It's they were terrorized into allowing the government to do what they were going to do, or what this criminal faction of our government was going to do. That's mass mind control. It's led by fear. It's led by trauma. And it's because of the way that our brains work. It's just a natural function of the brain. Becoming aware of how our brains work will allow us to rise up against mind control, to be able to become free of it. And that's where knowledge is our only defense against mind control. And truth indeed makes us free. So let's get that truth out there, and it will help everybody to understand what's happening in our world and to ensure that our thoughts remain free.
Will ich noch mal was sagen? In diese Kamera rein. Geht das gerade mal? Weil, kommen Sie so hoch? I have to say something because, and then sorry, but you will make it somehow. In Germany, you are not allowed to beat children. Teachers cannot beat the children, and parents, if they would beat the children, they have to be afraid that the children will be taken away from them. How is that in America? Can you beat children publicly, or is that still allowed? Did you get it? In Germany, you are not allowed to beat children.
Right.
Not in school.
I'm just like,
and
wow, that's so wonderful.
You are not allowed to beat children, and if you beat your children, they can take the children away from you. Wait, that's my question. Isn't that the same in America? So my question was, how is it in America? So in Germany, we are not allowed. How is it in America? Okay. Wait. Are you okay? Yeah.
The laws have changed dramatically over the last 15 years. It's called corporal punishment. When I was in school, it was permissible for the teacher to beat a child with a board. And it was permissible for the parents to also beat their child or children with belts, with sticks, whatever, or with their hands. That is not socially acceptable anymore in the United States. It is still done, of course, but it is not. It's not socially acceptable. And in some cases, if the beatings are so severe that the child has a permanent injury or a permanent disfigurement, the parents will lose that child. The child will be taken away and placed in a foster home or in an orphanage. But the actual the way I understand German law. German law, it's not a thing that's so popular anymore. People don't like to beat their children here. It's not a way of training or discipline in Germany. It is still a way in the United States, and particularly when you get into some of these religions that are so controlling that every member of the family is controlled by the religion. Mormonism, for example. Catholicism, for example.
Scientology.
Well, I don't know about the children of Scientologists. I really can't comment on that because I don't know. But Scientology is a very controlling belief system. I certainly wouldn't give it the distinction of being called a religion.
But is it allowed to beat a child or not?
No, not really.
Is there a law about it or not?
Yes, there are laws, but they vary from state to state as far as the punishment goes. In some cases, the punishment could be that the parents would have to go to a class or school for a week on how to discipline your children. Whereas in other instances, if a child is hurt very badly, one of the parents may go to prison, and the child be taken away.
Also, if I may, Mormons especially have they have the main Mormon church, but they also have smaller spin-off groups that isolate the whole group of people. So it's they have their own. It's like their own little world. And so they all will defend and protect each other in the abusive situation. Like, for example, Mormons have many wives. And so the children will often be abused, and all the wives will protect the abuser and the other families that are abusing. And so religion, we have freedom of religion. It's in our Constitution, which is a good thing and a bad thing. The religions will often, or they use the cover-up, they use the religion as a cover-up, as a way of hiding it. There are many religions that do believe that that is the way to raise a child, that that's how to do it. They will often take a small child that's maybe as soon as they have started their menstrual cycle, whether that be age 13 or age 8. That is the age that they can get married. In Utah, for example, they've changed the laws since then, but they still do apply it in secret. So secrets play a very large role in that. So yes, it's against the law. However, as long as people keep it hidden and as long as people have their beliefs, it still does go on.
I'd like to have a little input on that as well, because we found a very corrupt court system, especially in our quest for getting help for my daughter Kelly. And there were many, many mothers all across the nation that had abused that had their children had been abused by the fathers, perhaps, and then they would take them into the court system to keep the father away, and instead the courts were turning these abused children over to their abusers instead, because it was for the proliferation of mind control. It was very deliberate. It spanned our whole court system, and it was a total mess. Well, awareness started rising as to what was going on in the court systems, how abuse perpetuates mind control, and how all that was being done. That knowledge made some changes, and it continues to make changes. And our little community where we live, because awareness is high there and people do know the truth, they do not tolerate child abuse, they do not tolerate child abusers, and there are harsher penalties for that than most anything in our little community. But that is because that's the people reclaiming control over the government, the court systems in their lives. But until then, it didn't really even matter whether it was against the law or within the law. They structured it in a manner that continued the mind control and the abuse until now. Now things are changing, and I'm deeply encouraged to know that Germany doesn't tolerate it at all. I think what happened in Germany many years ago with Adolf Hitler has certainly shown them the inside of mind control in a way that they have grown and evolved and claimed the strength of spirit and restored some forms of justice and in a manner that's more conducive to maintaining free thought. That's encouraging.
So the last question now, it is, are there new forms of mind control?
Oh, yes. I'll start out by answering your question, are there new forms of mind control, by stating that technology, when I was working for the government, was 25 to 50 years ahead of whatever the people had at their disposal. Now technology is evolving much faster. I can't even imagine beyond a certain point where they are now technologically. Of course, I am well connected into the mental health fields all over the world with some of the top psychiatrists and scientists and mind scientists, doctors. They are aware of many of the advances in technologies that can be used to control a human mind. That was why I became so angry and so incensed, and what really was behind my wanting to rescue Cathy and her daughter, because trauma-based mind control is an ancient form of mind control. It's ridiculous. It can only be practiced by someone who is a psychopath, someone who enjoys inflicting pain and torment on another individual. I didn't work with these kind of people. Yes, I knew they existed, of course, but I didn't work with them. I never was in their mindset. So when I found out that Cathy and her daughter were just one of many women, for instance, and men too, but women that were being used and abused in this way, I said, this has got to stop. I have seen many forms of mind control, very benevolent forms, where people had brain disorders, they had brain injuries, and they had all sorts of things, brain chemistry problems, genetic problems, that they could lead healthy, normal, productive lives if their mind was, as you say, controlled in a certain manner, externally. The external ways to control a mind now, electronically, are so far advanced that actually for a few $100 US or a few euros, I can build a device that you could control someone else's mind with. It's very simple. It's not going to be a very sophisticated piece of electronics. It's only going to create fear, apathy, the whole range of human emotions. That's what this type of electronic mind control I'm speaking of, that I could actually produce a piece of equipment. And it's not secret. You can get the formulas, you can get the technology, the schematics right off of the internet. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that use this kind of stuff. So where is mind control going? It's going in a direction that is beyond most people's ability to even logically think about it. Because you know, the brain runs very much like a radio, a receiver as well as a broadcast type. So to tune into that frequency and to become in charge of the frequency of the brain is so simple with technologies that have advanced in just say the past 5 years. I'm talking about equipment that was 20 years ago. I had equipment in my own home that protected my house. It was if someone broke in, they would come in and forget why they were there. They would not eat, they would not sleep, they would not drink. They would be there until I came in. And of course, if I was gone for a month or even 3 weeks, they'd be dead when I got there. They wouldn't have walked out, they wouldn't have taken anything. It just stops their brain from logically reasoning. I thought this was a great burglar system, a great type of security system, because no one, and I demonstrated it for my neighbors. I would say, here's a column of numbers. Can you add these up? And of course. I said, I don't think so. And I would turn the equipment on, and they would look at the numbers and laugh, and I said, well, add them up. And they can't even think to do it. So that's the forms of mind control is technological now. In Gulf War I, we had on our F-114A stealth fighters, as well as the Osprey, I believe one other aircraft. It was standard cockpit equipment. And I know that the people that are listening to this or listening or watching this right now can relate to what I'm going to say. When the United States came in, and Saddam's troops, his Republican Guard as they're called, were advancing towards Kuwait, our fighter jets our tanks were coming, but our fighter jets came in first and scraped the ground. They did not shoot, they did not throw bombs, they scraped the ground. Those people, those hardened soldiers, heard what they believed was the voice of Muhammad telling them to put their weapons down and raise their arms and stand there. And our tanks ran over them and killed them. Now, that was a demonstration, the first time that the U.S. military has ever used an advanced form of mind control in the war theater. Now, there have been many, many kinds. Since the Korean conflict, there have been many kinds that have been used. Nothing so sophisticated as what was on board that aircraft. That equipment that those aircraft were using, I was aware of before I rescued Cathy in 1988. It's been around that long. So what do they have now? Oh, I have no idea. It's so far advanced.
Also, another good example would be in American grocery stores. We have these very large grocery stores that have clothing and groceries and pharmacies and things like that. Well, you'll be walking down one of the aisles, especially in the children's aisles, where suddenly you'll hear a voice in your head that will say, "Let me tell you about this product." And it can take a while when you start to look around to find out where that voice is coming from, because it sounds like it's in your head.
And the person next to you can't hear it.
They can't necessarily hear it until they get to the point where you're at through the aisle. That you'll also notice in a lot of our American grocery stores, one in particular, that people will go in there, or people that are already working there are just no blinking, just zombies. And that is a new level of mind control that is being used on American citizens today. And I would be willing to assume that all over the world that these same techniques
in Germany as well.
In Germany as well.
Yes, the technology that she's speaking of, one of the technologies, it is very famous. It started in Times Square. In Times Square there, in New York City, when you approach, I guess it's Fifth, I don't remember the name. It's on Fifth Avenue. But as you approach this one huge billboard, electronic billboard, when your feet hit a certain spot, you'll hear a voice say, "Stop! Wait! Let me show you something. Look over here." And you can watch the people do it. The people next to them are wondering, what are they looking at? What are they hearing? Or maybe what are they hearing? They're hearing an advertisement in their head, because your skull is being used as an antenna for this particular frequency that they're broadcasting. It's not sophisticated technology. It's been around a long time. The airlines were the very first to use a form of mind control, if you want to call it that, at the turnstiles. The turnstiles, when you walk through, it clicks. At the turnstiles at airports for security, when your hand touched that bar to make it click, the technology was literally listening in on your brain to see if you had any ulterior motive for being in that airport. Were you going to do something bad? Not necessarily. It wasn't fear-based. Fear comes out in your hands as sweat, or it comes out in a form of zinc. There's a number of ways to determine fear, like a lie detector does test. This was different, very different. This was looking for certain type frequency band brain waves, and when it detected them, immediately there was a police officer or someone in control of security that was watching you your entire time you were in that airport. And they would go through your luggage, and they behind your back and in front of you. They'd stop you and show your identification and go through your things. This was a way, one of the first tests of a form of mind control that used your entire body. Because if you touch that, of course, a lot of people use their arm or their elbow, and it doesn't work so well. It only works if you touch it. So they had to use other kinds of doors and other things that you'd have to touch. But the advances in external control of the mind are so rapidly increasing that in one instance, it's one highly sophisticated, well-known form is HiiiPower. Are you familiar with the HiiiPower antenna array?
I looked it up on the internet because you told me, but there is nothing to be found. If you look, neither...
I can tell you where it's
found. Yeah, it's nowhere.
HiiiPower is a high-altitude oral research project. It was originally told to everyone that this project was for studying the aurora borealis, the electrical displays that you see at the poles, particularly the North Pole, and the northern countries. This was supposedly what they were studying. It was not. They were studying Tesla theories and determining how to use a device, a radio device, to literally transmit enormous amounts of energy using the Earth's own magnetic field to another point on the planet wirelessly. No wires, no nothing, just to transmit. Well, they also found that if they turned it to the same frequency as what your brain works on, 6 to 8 hertz, that they could actually control the attitudes of mass numbers of people at one time. Around voting times, or when the people were having to make decisions with regards to will we go to war, will we not go to war, do we support this, do we support that. The University of Alaska maintained a online presence, and it showed whether or not HiiiPower was being used and how high the frequency was going and how much saturation it was and where it was directed to. And every time, and for years, everybody was watching the computer and checking it and seeing that, or everybody we knew that knew about this technology was seeing for themselves that the government was attempting to control the emotional systems of everyone within its boundaries. And they also moved several of these same antenna arrays all over the world. They had them in Australia, they had them in Norway, they had them in a number of places. 3 months ago, well actually in May, the United States government just shut all of those down, every one of them around the world. Everyone was stopped. The equipment no longer functions. They took out all of the computers, all of the equipment. The antennas are still there, but they're useless without the equipment, and they took it all out.
If they shut it down, what do they have now to replace it is what I'm wondering. And I think technology's advanced so much. Back in 1980, when my daughter Kelly was born, she was subjected to harmonic technological mind control back then. And it has only advanced.
Can you explain
technology?
What is it, harmonic?
Harmonic mind control. The best way I could explain that is that when people hear music, and music is harmonics, and harmonics are a vibrational frequency, and our brains operate on vibrational frequency. So when we hear music, it affects the neuron pathways in the brain and how it fires. So that when there's a certain song that you hear, you might remember where you were when you first heard that song. Oh, we fell in love to that song. Or I remember what we were doing back when we heard that. You know, and songs bring up memories of people, for people all the time. That's a mild example of how harmonics affect the brain. It's fine-tuned to a point where it's not even audible. It's not something that you hear. It's something that's embedded in music, perhaps, embedded in an advertisement, embedded in the music played quietly in a store or something like that that can be affected. How we're using it directly to absolutely robotically control a person. They had it fine-tuned to a point where they would do exactly what they were told to do, and it made a robotic human being back in 1980. What they have now, I think we all need to pay attention to the effect that technology is having on all of us, and realize that no matter how advanced technology is, no matter how advanced the technology is that is being used to control us, technology cannot touch and affect the strength of the human spirit. The saving grace of humanity is the strength of the human spirit. That's where we win, and that's where this control over us all loses. And people just need to gather that strength of spirit, learn truth. Truth makes us free to have that strength of spirit and rise above whatever technologies they do have today.
May I ask you, what did they do with your daughter? I mean, one cannot imagine. If you say they used it, but what happened? What did they do?
It vibrated the neuron pathways in her brain and made it fire differently to where she was extremely intelligent. As a 2-year-old, she stood at attention in the White House and could speak like an adult in her vocabulary and phraseology, because it's like they could pump information, vast amounts of information into her brain using that harmonic wave. That's what it was like for her. That didn't allow for her for any free thought. That only allowed her to think, for her brain to utilize the thoughts that were pumped into her head.
And how were they pumped in her head?
Through the harmonic equipment. Back then in 1980, it was through headphones, and that brought put so much information in that they brought that into the education system, at least in the United States, Canada also, but and I'm sure other countries as well. But what they would do is they would put children in front of a computer with the headphones on, and the harmonics would drive information in. That made them appear intelligent, but they had no applicable knowledge. They could not apply that information because they didn't have the spirit, the free will, the drivers behind it to utilize it in any particular direction. So it was really not working to the degree that I would think they would want it to. So again, who knows what they have today. That was back in 1980.
Then let me inject one thing that you could relate to even here in Germany. It's not illegal here. It's not illegal in any country that I know about. The department stores they play music through a sound system. It's supposed to relax the buyers to where they'll take more time to devote to looking and buying impulse things. It also has a subcarrier, something below the person's ability to hear it, that tells them, do not steal, do not shoplift, do not steal, and it's constant. And one of the negative side effects of this is what Shayla was approaching a while ago. The employees there seem to have lost their ability to express emotion. It's just very mechanical.
Very stone-faced.
And I always ask the cashier when we're checking out, I'll say, do you pay any attention to the music? No. Do you hear it at night when you sleep? No.
They will become angered sometimes.
Yeah, very angry. When they can be very pleasant people, but when you ask them the question, something inside of them it knows that something is very disturbing. I would venture to say that the vast majority of employees at those stores are not aware that this sub-audible command of do not steal, do not take, do not shoplift, they're not aware that this is even being broadcast into their heads or that the company even does it. There are many companies in the United States, actually Siemens here in Germany is a manufacturer of a program of this sort. They're no secret. This is not secret at all.
Technology is neither good nor bad. It's who has control of it for what purpose. Used. And when I look at how music is used, and it can be very soothing. Our liquid sound experience in the pool is just so relaxing and beautiful. I would like to have that music so I can return to the beauty of that experience. So it's not.
The CIA was seeking a new weapon aimed not at the body, but at the mind.
Those who control your words control your mind.
You say the president is using mind control, but how's that provable?
Your mind. You can calm it, lose it, change it, blow it, or even use it to follow the advice of 90s R&B groups. But your mind is also something that other people or forces are trying to control. And sure, your brain is an impenetrable fortress, and advertising doesn't work on you, and you've listened to enough true crime podcasts to recognize a cult when you see one. But people hoping to influence your thoughts have countless ways to at least try. And it sure seems like they can get you to do some pretty weird stuff, at least if we're to believe everything we see on TV.
A shopkeeper has lost hundreds of pounds of cash after a thief used a trick that appears to leave the victim hypnotised.
Even we were surprised to hear of the latest tactic to sell a house, hypnosis.
Whether hypnosis can literally capture your mind has figuratively captured our minds for centuries. Whether it was young Sigmund Freud, or the evil mom from Get Out, or just someone trying to figure out a new use for their old pocket watch.
Soon, we drop into a very deep, hypnotic sleep.
1, 2...
And sleep.
Hypnosis can put people into a state where they experience heightened focus and concentration, and a stronger than usual response to suggestion. It's sometimes used as part of therapy for helping to treat depression, lose weight, quit smoking, or cope with pain. There are also more disturbing uses of hypnosis.
Thorough understanding of what seduction through hypnosis is, you will be able to fully grasp the concept of this revolutionary new method of seduction.
The fact is that if you're not using hypnosis, deep persuasion, and mind control techniques to seduce women, you're losing out big time.
These alternative types of hypnosis, which don't seem to take into account, consent, became popular in the 80s. They're part of a pseudoscience called neurolinguistic programming. It relies on subtle touches, cues, and language choices to bend someone's will. It repurposes parts of hypnotherapy for more self-serving purposes like sex, sales, or convincing people no, it's totally normal how much time I spend online trying to learn hypnosis. Many hypnotists argue that hypnosis isn't mind control at all, since they claim it can't make someone do something they truly don't want to do. Because no officer, you see, they wouldn't have given me the cash unless deep down they really wanted me to have it. Even if you're able to fend off aspiring hypnotists, there are plenty of other forces trying to gain control of your brain by possessing your body. Forces like, I don't know, the devil? Ever heard of him? The Catholic Church has. According to them, the number of exorcisms they've performed has gone up over the last few decades.
Speak, I command you.
A troubling trend, whether the church is just doing exorcisms all willy-nilly, or the devil got himself organized and upped his productivity. If you don't believe the devil is trying to take over your brain and body because, honestly, what makes you so special, the natural world is full of other threats to your autonomy, like behavior-altering parasites, a phrase that can be used to refer to your exes. Got 'em. Toxoplasma gondii is a parasite found in around a third of all people. It's usually passed through animal feces, most notably via cat litter boxes. Researchers tentatively linked Toxoplasma gondii infection in humans with impulsive behavior and mental illness. And they found that those who were infected were over 2.5 times more likely to have traffic accidents, which left some people wondering whether cats can control their owners' minds. And while a 2016 study concluded that there was little to no real evidence for these claims, I still recommend not eating your cat's poop. Governments have also tried to control people through chemical concoctions, also known as drugs. During the Cold War, the US's drug of choice was LSD. Headed up by the CIA, Project MK-Ultra was a series of dangerous, often unethical, and sometimes illegal experiments on controlling human behavior. They included methods like torture, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatments, and dosing thousands of subjects with LSD and other drugs, sometimes against their will. The programs shattered the lives of many of its subjects, some reporting long-term trauma and permanent debilitation. And if you're one of those weird, the ends justify the means people, you'll be disappointed to hear that long after the program ended, the guy in charge concluded that the work there had been useless. MK-Ultra was driven by the US's fear that the Soviet Union was also working on mind control tech, which they were. The Soviets had a billion-dollar program for mind control research they called psychotronics, which was built on the pseudoscientific theory that brains could send and receive a kind of high-frequency electromagnetic radiation. While I would happily accept $1 billion of government money to essentially come up with the idea of being on the same wavelength, the Soviets' ideas feel pretty similar to some modern takes on mind control.
It's not that the microwaves have somehow interfaced with the brain. We already interface with the space winds and all these other magnetic fields.
Some aspiring mind controllers try to manipulate one person at a time, which, if we're being honest, is inefficient. Mental manipulators who actually believe in themselves try to mesmerize large groups at once. Marketing researchers in the 1950s fell in love with the idea of using subliminal messaging, provocative images and messages flashing on a screen so quickly that the conscious brain wouldn't register them, but would be influenced to buy something. It's unclear how effective subliminal messaging is, as some say it works, others say it doesn't, and the rest of us are pretty sure it's just a lazy stand-in for a good ad campaign. But more subtle cues can also inform our consumer habits. In one study, playing French music in a supermarket increased sales of French wine, while piping in German music increased sales of German wine. And I can only assume that playing Taylor Swift would increase sales of very bland wines that every few years my friends insist I try, saying, no, it's good now. These days, many mind control anxieties center around the media and how it molds our thoughts and actions. In 2018, the largest owner of local TV news stations in the US, Sinclair Broadcast Group, made hundreds of news anchors read the same script on air. Deadspin compiled those messages into an eerie mashup.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think.
The irony of making broadcasters criticize bias and agenda pushing with the same word-for-word script is, well, it's so rich it doesn't have to pay taxes. While Sinclair claimed the segment was a promotional campaign to warn against fake news, the segment led people to accuse Sinclair of being a cult and brainwashing its audiences. But it is true that the internet, and social media in particular, have a massive influence over what we think.
Some programmers call it brain hacking, and the tech world would probably prefer you didn't hear about it.
Once social media was designed and keeps on creating itself, then the social media, in fact, is going to be shaping the brain.
Social media can radicalize unsuspecting users into extreme beliefs and change our behavior through habit building and conditioning, reinforced with tiny rewards like notifications or getting likes, or punishments like no notifications, or people who comment on a post without liking it. Where do you get off? While big tech isn't dosing you with LSD, although some of them definitely would if you let them, that doesn't mean there isn't a chemical element. Social media has been compared to other addictive habits, like gambling, because it gives your brain a hit of dopamine, which, if you ask the people who built Facebook, wasn't by accident.
It's exactly the kind of thing that a hacker like myself would come up with, because you're exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology.
In a 2014 paper with the terrifying title, Experimental Evidence of Massive-Scale Emotional Contagion Through Social Networks, researchers working at Facebook seemed to show they could alter users' moods and posting behavior by tinkering with their feeds. The study was condemned for failing to get consent from the hundreds of thousands of people it turned into subjects. Facebook spokespeople later apologized, but CEO Mark Zuckerberg was probably busy applying a completely appropriate amount of sunscreen. You probably have at least a few years before social media, street hypnotists, or pet parasites turn you into a complete zombie. After all, at best, most methods of mind control have never worked exactly as advertised, and at worst, they range from dressed-up cruelty to outright myths. But given the great amount of effort individuals, companies, and governments have put into attempts at mind control and manipulation over the years, staying vigilant is kind of understandable. So for now, maybe you can relax and focus on something else, like these fine pocket watches I have for sale.
The sky's falling, the wind is calling, stand for something or die in the morning. Section 80, HiiiPower.
Visions of Martin Luther staring at me. Malcolm X put a hex on my future, someone catch me. I'm falling victim to a revolutionary song. The Serengeti's clone. Back to put you backstabbers back on your spinal bone. You slit your disc when I slit you my dish. You wanted to diss but jumped on my dick. Grown men never should bite their tongue unless you eating pussy that smell like it's a stale plum. I got my finger on the motherfucking pistol, aiming it at a pig. Charlotte's Web is gonna miss you. My issue isn't televised, and you ain't gotta tell the wise how to stay on beat because our life's an instrumental. This is physical and mental, I won't sugarcoat it. You'll die from diabetes if these other niggas wrote it. And everything on TV just a figment of imagination. I don't want a plastic nation, dread that like a Haitian. Why you motherfuckers waiting? I be off the slave ship, building pyramids, writing my own hieroglyphs. Just call it shit high power. Nigga, nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Huey Newton going stupid, you can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power.
He is a sort of gangster, you know, because this is a gangster story, but a gangster with a difference because this is a gangster with a conscience.
Visions of Martin Luther staring at me. If I see it how he seen it, that will make my parents happy. Sorry mama, I can't turn the other cheek. They wanna knock me off the edge like a fucking widow's peak. And she always told me pray for the weak. Them demons got me, I ain't prayed in some weeks. Dear Lord, come save me, the devil's working on. He probably clocking double shifts on all of his jobs. Frightening, so fucking frightening, enough to drive a man insane. I need a license to kill. I'm standing on a field full of landmines, doing the moonwalk, hoping I blow up in time. Cause 2012 might not be a fucking legend, trying to be a fucking legend, the man of mankind. Who said a black man in the Illuminati? Last time I checked, that was the biggest racist party. So get up off that slave ship, build your own pyramids, write your own hieroglyphs. Just call it shit high power. Nigga, nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Bobby Seale making meals, you can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power. Who said a black man in Illuminati? Last time I checked, that was the biggest racist party. Last time I checked, we was racing with Marcus Garvey on the freeway to Africa till I wrecked my Audi. And I want everybody to view my autopsy so you can see exactly where the government has shot me. No conspiracy, my fate is inevitable. They play musical chairs once I'm on that pedestal. Frightening, so fucking frightening, enough to drive a man insane, a woman insane. The reason Lauren Hill don't sing, or Kurt Cobain loaded that clip and then said bang. The drama it brains crazy, product of the late 80s, trying to stay above water, that's why we shun the Navy. Pull your guns and play me, let's set it off. Cause a riot, throw a Molotov. Somebody told me them pirates had got lost. Cause we been off them slave ships, got our own pyramids, write our own hieroglyphs. Just call it shit high power. Yeah, nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Fred Hampton on your campus, you can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high